Hi everyone, and welcome to this video in which I will be showing you how to build a Tinder clone by building a full stack application complete with a database and authentication. This is going to be one of the largest tutorials that I've taken on, so I hope you are ready. There will be plenty to learn, and don't worry, I will be taking you through everything step by step. For those of you who have never had to use Tinder before, Tinder is an app that allows you to swipe through potential dates. So swipe right means to like or accept someone, while swipe left means to reject. If the other person also swiped right on you, you are a match and are free to start messaging each other. So what exactly will we be doing to create this app? Well, first off, we will be creating a database using MongoDB Atlas, which is MongoDB's multi-cloud application data platform. In this database, we will be creating a collection of pre-made users and a collection of pre-made messages. We will be doing this just to get things off the ground and to understand why we want the data to look the way it does. After we understand our data objects as well as how to use MongoDB, it will then be time to start creating our app. Our app will be made using React for the front end and NodeJS for the back end, and will essentially allow us to create users from the app itself and save them to our database along with their messages and matches. By the end of this tutorial, you will have an app that allows you to sign up, log back in, create new users, display many users to the signed in user based on user preferences, match with said users, and message them directly in the app, as well as log out when you're done. Okay, so an action-packed video, a lot to learn. I do have some prerequisites for you before starting, and these will be to have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS, React, as well as Node.js before starting. But if you do not, please do not let that stop you from trying to follow along anyway and Googling anything you come across that doesn't make sense. Okay, so first things off, let's start off with discussing how we want our data to look like. So all I'm going to do is gravitate over to MongoDB and sign up for free. We don't need to put any credit card details or anything like that. All we're going to do is just head over here and there we go. So I've already gone ahead and created an organization, which I have called Ania, but go ahead and create a new organization if you would like. Once you have an organization, just click through and we're going to create our project. For my project, I'm going to call this Tinder, okay? Because we're building a Tinder app, so I'm just going to call the project Tinder and click next. Now, the project owner is me, and of course you can add other project owners or members if you'd like, but I'm just going to go ahead and click Create Project. And great, so in our organization, we have the project Tinder. The next thing we need to do is create a database. So I'm going to go ahead and click the free shared option and create. Once here, we're going to choose a cloud provider. I'm happy with AWS as my default and the area which I am in, which is EU West 1. So once I have those selected, I'm going to go ahead and create a cluster. Now we need to create a user, and as the, main user, we're going to have read and write data. So just go ahead and create a username and a password. And once we have our username and password, I'm going to go ahead and create that user. Great. Now, where would we like to connect from? This is a great question, and I'm going to choose to connect from my local environment, meaning that I will only be able to access this database from my IP address, okay? So I'm going to add my current IP address. There we go. That is now added. And I can add other IP addresses, or I can choose to remove this so I can access the database from wherever I wish. That's totally up to you. If you want to change that, then you can just get rid of that. Just delete it here, and that will mean that anyone can have access to your database. Great, so now once you have done all that and chosen your options, I'm going to go ahead and choose Finish and Close. And wonderful. So that is now being created. This shouldn't take too long, but if for whatever reason yours is taking a bit longer, please pause here and we can go back to this soon. I'm going to cut this out and come back to it when it is done. Great, so now we have created our first cluster. Cluster 0 is the default name that was given to us. We just accepted it. We could have changed it, but just to keep everyone on the same page, it's called cluster 0. And now we're going to create our collections. So we're going to have 2 collections, okay? We're going to have one collection for the user data and one collection for the message data, which we're then going to intertwine together when we need it. So we're keeping everything super neat, super separate. Let's do it. So we're going to click on collections, and now I'm going to click here to add my own data. So our database name, I'm going to go ahead and call this app data, and our collection name, the first collection we're going to make is for users. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in users, and there we go. So we've just created our user collection. We're also going to have a messages collection. So that is how your dashboard should be looking now, a messages collection and a users collection. So let's create our first user. I'm just going to insert one document to show you. Now, every document on here is going to have an object ID. That is just something we can use to identify the object itself. So that is something to know. We can write our object using this format, but I'm going to choose to write it in JSON. So what I'm going to do is, so this is the ID object. I'm going to leave that as it is. And also to my user object, I'm going to have a user ID, which is going to be a unique user ID that I'm not using the object ID, okay? The object ID is for the document, and you can actually obviously use it to find certain documents and so on, but I'm going to choose to have my own user ID. You don't have to, you can use the object ID. Again, it's totally up to you. So user ID, and this is of course just for illustration purposes. The actual user ID we're going to be generating from the app itself is going to be a unique identifier, but for now I'm just going to put a test one. So let's just put test like so. And now, so we've got the user ID. We're also going to have a hashed password. Okay. And this password is essentially going to be the password that when we sign up as the user of our app, and we sign up with a password that's say 123, that'll get hashed in our app. And we're going to be storing the hashed password, not the actual password, because that is not very safe for security reasons. If someone was to hack our database, they would just steal all the passwords, right? So we're going to store a hashed password. I have a great tutorial on this if you want to check it out. So please do if you get the chance. So we've got our hash password, and now we're also going to have a first name, which is just going to be, let's have a first name as Danny. Danny's going to be our first user, even though I want everything to be like so. So there we go, Danny. We're also going to have a date of birth day, which is going to be, I'm just making these up, a date of birth month. So 11, and date of birth, yeah, it's going to be that. We're going to have show gender as true. So again, this is all stuff that the user will be filling out on a form. I'm just going to do one test, I guess, object to show you what we want our end data to look like. We're going to have Danny's gender identity. He has chosen man. And then we're also going to have gender, interest, woman. We're going to have his email that he used to sign up. So let's just do Danny123@test.com. We're also going to have a URL, and this URL is going to be the image that Danny used to sign up for his profile. Now, to make things easier, I'm actually just gone ahead and installed some images for you online so you can get the URL. So I will be sharing this link with you in the description below. Let's just go ahead and choose one for Danny. this can be Danny. You can also store images, by the way, on MongoDB. Please check out their documentation for that. That is also an option too, if you want to keep everything in the same place. So I'm just going to get this URL and stick it in like so, getting rid of these two image tags. Okay, so there we have one image for Danny. We can also have other images if you wish. I mean, I know that the Tinder app allows you to have many. So if you want to have that option too, please go ahead and do it. I'm not going to bother, however, I'm just going to have one for now. So there we go. Maybe let's just call it URL then, if we're not going to have more than one. Okay, we're going to have an about section where Danny's going to say something about himself. I love the gym, parties, and in general, work hard, play hard. Work hard, play hard. Okay, there's Danny in a nutshell. And then we're also going to have an array of matches. So our array of matches is going to just be objects based on their user ID, which we're going to use when that comes to, you know, showing the matches and showing the images. So this user ID is really important. It's essentially how we're going to link the other users to other users, if that makes sense. Because if I'm Danny and I want to see my matches, I'm going to use the user IDs to then look through all the other users to return back the correct user. And I'm also going to do the same for the messages. So at the moment, I'm going to once again leave this as something, I'm going to say test 1, just so it's a lot more readable for us. And Danny, let's say he has 2 matches. So test 2. Maybe let's do test 1, test 2, test 3. So Danny is the user ID test 1. And it's saying there's some errors. Why is this? Insert not permitted. Oops, there's the mistake. We need to make this strings. Okay, great, and insert. So inserting document, and there we go. We have made our first user, of course with some fake test data, but this is just for illustrations, okay? So there was a typo in gender identity here. So we're gonna have to identity, see, just change that and update. Now I'm going to show you what our message is going to look like, because essentially we want all our data when we add it to look like this, to have this shape. So our messages are going to look like this. Again, I'm just going to make maybe like 1 or 2 fake ones to show you what this looks like. So that is the ID of our message object. And each message object is going to have a timestamp. So let's say that this was written then. Oops. And it's also going to have a from user ID. And I'm going to put test 1 and a to user ID. Which is going to be to test 2. Making sure to write it in the same format that we did, so like that, and the actual message itself. So by having timestamps, it just means we can show all the message chronologically from one user to another, so that it shows a nice story. And the message itself is just going to be something, let's just have it be something like really boring. Hey there. Okay, so there is our message object. This is what our message object, we are going to aim to have it look like. Okay, great. And then of course, if another message object was done at a later timestamp than this, from user 2 to user 1, we would then show that message too. So in fact, maybe we should just quickly going to insert that document. And let's just insert quickly another document. So same, but this time we're going to make it maybe a day later. So what would that be? 02. And this time it's from user 2 to user 1 going, hi. So very much like online dating is. Okay, so this is looking good. Timestamp. Okay, we need to make this like this and insert. Okay, so we've covered our user data objects. We've covered our message data objects. Now let's get to using this and creating our app so we can actually add this data from our app, okay? Because that makes way more sense. So let's do it. I'm going to go over to my web store and I'm just going to create a new project. Choose React as this is going to be a React project, and I'm just going to choose to call this Tinder clone. And essentially what WebStorm is going to do is use this command npx create React app to create a project for me. That's all the React boilerplate. If you are not using WebStorm, please go ahead and perhaps if you're using, VS Code, just choose the directory you want to work in. So for me, it's WebStorm projects, and then use npx create React app, and then whatever you want to call your project, and click enter. I'm not going to do it like this because I'm going to use this way, and I'm just going to click create. So that is now creating for me. You'll see all of the command's wonderfulness and action, and it will be populating my Tinder clone repository with all the necessary files for a React project. So, and great, happy hacking. So wonderful. Here is all our files, and I'm just going to go ahead and make this run. So on WebStorm, I can simply, just click here to start the project. So essentially it just runs the start script. But of course, if you are not using WebStorm, just head over to your terminal and type in npm run start. Of course, making sure that you are in the project, which obviously doesn't exist here, but just run npm run start when you are in the repository that has just been generated. Great, so this is looking good, and it's opened up the app here. Once again, for those of you new to React or newish to React, if I can change this now, then everything is working. So let's go ahead and do that. So there we go. We've just saved this, and you will see that that is updating. So everything is working great. However, as always, I want to get rid of this and get rid of anything that is not necessary. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete all this. Delete this. I'm going to change this to a functional expression. So const app equals, and we don't need these two because I'm going to do all my styling actually in one file to make it easier for you. Of course, you don't have to. Once you finish the project, you can move this out to different files, but just so it's easier for everyone, I'm going to keep all of my styling in this one file so you can get all of it later if you wish, to save you time from having to write it all out. So all my styling is going to go in here, which means we don't need this app CSS file. Let's delete it. I'm going to get rid of the test files. I'm not going to be writing any tests in this tutorial. I'm also going to get rid of these three as we don't have any tests, so we can get rid of them. Delete. And of course the logo, as we don't need that. Which means that in here we can now delete all of this. Delete that. Keep the index CSS file and keep these. Wonderful. So your index.js file should now look like this. Your index CSS file should just be empty like this. And your app.js file should look like that. Okay. And here's the package JSON if you want to see the packages that we are using. As always, by the way, if for whatever reason your project is not working, it could be down to the version you are using. Perhaps, there's a new version out there which breaks this project. So just make sure to revert back to whatever versions that we install for any packages from now on to be the same version as the ones in this tutorial. Great. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually start off by building all the pages necessary. So let's do it. So what I'm going to do is actually figure out how many pages we need. So in the app, in the source directory, I'm going to make a new directory and let's just call it pages. And the pages that we are going to have, well, the app needs it's going to have a home page, right? So let's just make a home.js page, const home, like so, return. We're going to return just a div. I'm going to export default home. Okay, so the home page is going to be, like what anyone sees at any point in time, whether they're logged in or not. The next page we're going to need is a dashboard for when you are logged in. So let's make a file, oops, I wanted a JavaScript file. Make a new file, JavaScript file. It's going to be called dashboard.js. And then, of course, let's change this to dashboard and this to dashboard. And the third and last page that we're going to create is a page for the onboarding of new users. So onboarding.js, just like so. And I'm just going to change the name of this. Control-G, onboarding. Okay, so that's changed both of those. Okay, so we have our 3 pages. However, we need to do some routing. So we're going to do so now. Let's go ahead and figure out where we want to do this. So I'm actually going to maybe do it on the app itself. So what I'm going to do is, first off, let's import all 3 of the pages. So import home from pages home. And then import Control-G dashboard from pages dashboard. And finally import onboarding from pages onboarding. So we've got the 3 pages. We're going to have to use React Router DOM in order to do some routing. So I'm going to import 3 things from it. We of course also need to install the package itself, but we're going to get browser router routes and also root from React Router DOM. Okay, so this is going to help us route to pages, I guess, in React. So I'm just going to go ahead and install that. Oops. Router DOM. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, cool. So it's there now. Great. Version 6.2.1. Okay, so just make sure, again, the versions are important because, React Router DOM, I think the last time you used it was 5. So this is going to be interesting. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, so we're importing these 3 things from React Router DOM. And now I'm going to use them. So I'm going to use this to wrap, essentially, all the pages that I want. Okay, so there's our browser router, and then we're going to have to get the routes, and then let's make our routes. So I'm going to use the root tag, self-closing tag, just like so, and the path that I want to decide is going to be for my home page is going to be just that, and the element that I want displayed is going to be the home page. Okay, so that is the syntax for writing this. Just gonna get that. And if we want to visit the dashboard, we're going to want to visit / dashboard. And then if we want to visit the onboarding, we're going to visit / onboarding. So onboarding. Great. So this is looking good. I'm actually not going to have it like that. Cool. So that is really all we have to do. Let's check this out. Onboarding. Why is it not liking typo? Onboarding. Is there a typo? I don't think there's a typo. Maybe it's because it's not camel case. It's not liking it. Onboarding. I don't even know if it should be like this, but let's just try so it stops shouting at us. This will not have to be camel case. And let's also rename it here. Onboarding. Okay. So now if we go in here and we visit, we're not really going to be able to tell which one's which. So I'm just going to go home, dashboard, onboarding. So now if we visit home, oops, that doesn't exist. Sorry, this is home, / onboarding. There's onboarding, and then also dashboard. So now we know that we are visiting the right pages. This is looking good. So we've got our 3 pages. Now let's actually build them out. So let's perhaps start with the home page. So this is what we want our home page to look like. So let's go ahead and do it. So first things first, what do we want to happen in here? Well, we're going to have a div that essentially, let's go ahead and give it the class name of home. And I'm going to put in a h1 tag that's just going to say swipe right, and then the trademark sign. Okay, cool. And then we also need a button that is going to essentially, I guess it's going to say 2 things, either sign out or create an account based on if we are logged in or not. So let's just fake we are logged in for now. Let's just say auth token equals true. Of course, we're going to get a real auth token, auth token later, but for now, this is fine. So if auth token exists, then we're going to say sign out, right? Because an auth token means we are signed in. Otherwise, it's going to say create account, just like so. So cool. There we have our button. Let's also give it the class name of primary button. So we can use this button styling throughout if we wish. So there we go. We created our button, and if we click on the button, we essentially want an auth modal to show up. So on click, I guess for now, I'm just going to put handle click, and let's write a function const handle click. And I'm just going to, at the moment, put console log clicked, just like so. So great, this is looking okay. We're also going to want to have a nav bar. So at the moment, I'm just going to put nav bar like this, and then let's also create some components. So in here, I'm going to make a new directory called components, and I'm going to create a new file and call it nav.js. And I'm actually just going to use one of these, steal it, so that we can make a nav bar. And back in here, let's go ahead and import it. So import nav from, and we're going to have to go out of this, go into the components directory and get the nav file. So, okay, this is looking good. This also needs to be in a wrapping div. So I'm just going to wrap it in 2 empty divs. Okay, because JSX needs to be wrapped. And cool. So of course, this isn't probably looking the best at the moment. Okay, it's looking like this, so let's style it up. But you will see that, of course, if we change this to false, then the button will change what it says. It will say create account. Okay, so maybe, yeah, let's pretend we are not logged in for now. Cool, so now let's get up our style sheet because we're gonna do some styling. So here it is, and let's go ahead and pick things out. So maybe let's make this a bit smaller. Now, before we get going, I just want to apply some styling to my whole app just to make sure that it touches both sides all the way to the very top and very sides of my browser. So I'm just going to add that to the HTML file. And I'm also going to apply a font to my entire app. This font is actually going to be from Google Fonts. And it's one that I found that's kind of similar. Okay, it's not obviously the exact same one, but it's, you know, it's okay. It's kind of there. It's called Redux Pro. I already have it here. I'm just going to import it. And I've chosen like all of these styles. So all of these, I guess, what are they called? Align weights. And I'm just going to literally grab this whole line like so. And import it. Okay, so just imported it, just copied the code. That's what it looks like. And that means that now I can use that font. So the font family that I'm going to use is called Redux Pro. And as a backup, I'm just going to put sans serif. So cool. This is looking cool. Let's also start. So basically, I'm just going to style stuff that's general to the app itself, which means we should pick out the primary button and give it a general styling for any primary button that we use from now on. So my primary button, I want to make sure that the background, the font is white. And then let's also use text transform to make sure that it is always uppercase. The font size, I'm going to say font size 15 pixels. And the background color. Now this background color, I've actually already sort of pre-made it. It's a gradient. Okay, that's the gradient. It essentially is a gradient between this color and this color. So we just use background if we want that to work. And there you go. So you can sort of see the gradient. We still have some styling to do, of course. Let's give it a padding of 12 pixels at the top and bottom and 30 pixels on the left and right. And the border radius I'm going to give it is going to be 30 pixels. And border as well, none. I don't like borders on my buttons. So yeah, there we go. That's already looking better. And if I click it, it says clicked. And maybe let's also have like an on hover so it changes. So I'm going to get the primary button and on hover. I'm just going to switch them around so they flip around. So all I'm going to do is do background, linear gradient, and just change the degrees. Okay, so now if I go, woo, it's sort of flipping around. See, the gradient is switching around. Cool, and I believe that's what happens on the actual, Tinder site too. That's why I did it. So we've got our primary button done. Of course, maybe let's, make sure that everything is centered. So what I'm going to do is, well, actually let's just do it on the whole body actually, because from now on, I want everything in my app to have text align center. I think that should be fine. And if not, we can override it. Okay, so that is already looking a lot better. Let's also style the nav bar. So I'm just going to actually now start, organizing this maybe a little bit better. So these are all sort of generic, all of these, right? And now the nav bar, just comment this out. It's going to have some styling too. So let's go ahead and actually get the nav bar. So the nav bar, well, let's actually use the nav tags like so. And in my nav bar, I'm going to have a div that is actually going to be the logo container. So let's give it the class name of logo container. So that's going to hold our logo essentially. So I'm just going to put in another image tag, and this is going to essentially hold our logo. So class name logo, and the source, I'm going to have two logos. I'm going to have a color logo and a like a minimal logo. So in here, I'm going to make a new directory and call it images. And I'm just going to actually drop in two logos that I have already. Okay, so there we have it. There's our color logo and there's our white logo. So now let's go ahead and import them. So I'm just going to, up here, import logo from, so the white one's going to be the default one, images, color logo Tinder. Oops, no, white, Tinder logo white, and then import color logo from basically the same place. So images, color logo. So now again, I am going to have to differentiate between whether I want a white logo or the color logo. So let's just say minimal is true. I'm going to use the variable minimal. So if minimal is true, I want to return the, I actually want to return the color logo if it's minimal. If you have a look here, okay, the minimal thing is going to return the color logo, otherwise return the logo. Okay, so that's what I've decided minimal is. Okay, minimal uses this color logo. Cool. So you'll see why this is necessary later, but for now, essentially, whenever we use, I'm going to pass through minimal. Whenever we use the nav bar, we pass through whether it's minimal nav bar or not minimal nav bar. And here, minimal is going to be false. Okay, so we're passing through minimal. We can get rid of this now. And if minimal is false, we're going to get the standard logo, the white logo. Okay, so there it is. You can't see it because it's on a white background, but essentially on the home page, we want the white logo because once again, if it is not minimal, then we return the white logo. If you want, maybe let's make this white logo because it's getting a bit confusing even for me. White logo, okay? If it's minimal, so if it's like whites and stuff, we want the color logo, right? Because we want it to pop. And if it's not minimal, then we want the white logo. Phew, okay, there we go. I've talked about that way too much. Cool. So now that we have that, we also want in our logo to have a button, I guess. So like a second option to sign up because that's what it has. So this one, again, I guess we need to decide what we want to happen. And we actually only want to show the button if we are not logged in, right? Because if we're logged in, what's the point of showing the button? So if we are not logged in, so if this auth token does not exist, then we want to show the button to log in. And this button is actually going to have the styling of nav button. So class name nav, oh crap, not class name nav button, and let's style it up. So nav, well actually let's just do the nav bar itself. The nav bar, we want it to have a width of 100%, right? And we also want to make sure that anything in it, our auth token is not defined. Okay, so we need to also be passing through the auth token into the nav bar. Auth token. And that means we have to pass it through here too, auth token. So here is our image logo and here is our button. We need to use display flex to essentially make them appear next to each other, and we need to make the logo smaller. So I'm going to use display flex on the nav bar itself, and I'm also going to use justify content space between, so that the space in between them, you know, so they're both pushed out to the side, I guess. And let's also get the logo container. So nav logo. This is what I'm essentially writing is that anything with the class of logo container that lives in the nav bar is going to have a just a width, I guess, of 170 pixels. We'll keep the logo the same size, margin 15 pixels to, you know, give it some padding from the sides as well. And of course, this means that the logo itself is going to have a width of 100%, so it fits into the logo container. So now there's our logo. You can't really see it. And there's the button. Okay, this is looking good. Perhaps let's add the overlay because, you know, it's a bit hard to see anything. So let's go ahead and do that as well while we are here. So on the home page, I'm going to actually wrap this all in a div that has the class name of overlay. So now I'm going to grab the overlay and I'm going to give it a width of 100 view width and a height of 100 view height, and actually also make it position fixed and give it a background of a gradient. Okay, so we need to add a gradient to the bottom. So it's going to be a linear gradient. That is that. So this is RGBA, and I know we did hex here. So maybe let's, you know, change this to be RGBA as well. So 25448.144. I don't remember. Oh no, what was it? 25448.144. 144? No, that doesn't seem right. Come on. 114. Oh gosh. Okay, and this one's going to be RGB 2558964. 8964. Okay, cool. So I've just changed those just to make things a little bit more consistent. Okay, so we've added that now, which means there is a gradient. Cool, and we can see things a little bit better. So back to our nav bar. Why is there still padding on the... That's not nice. I don't want that. Let's also do body. Okay, so that is better. Cool. So let's now style the nav button. So now any nav button that lives in the nav bar is going to have the color font of essentially, I'm just going to pick this color right here. And the background color is going to be white, RGB 255, 255, 255. Let's make the font size quite large. And then padding is going to be 10 pixels on the top, 20 on the side. Border radius, let's give it a border radius of 10 pixels. As always, border none. And let's see how this looks actually. Nav button. I should say nav, not na. Okay, so that is how it looks. And of course, let's also give it a margin to space it out a bit. So margin 10 pixels. Cool. So I'm liking how this is looking. And because we want the navbar looking like this when it's on the minimal stage, we only want to display the button when it's not on the minimal one. So only show the button if it's not authenticated and it's not minimal. Okay, there we go. Just going to move that there so you can see more of the navbar. So great. This is all looking great. Now actually let's write some code in order to make the modal show up. So what I'm going to do is in components, I'm going to make an AuthModal. So new JavaScript file, and I'm going to call this AuthModal. And we're going to have the button in the navbar and the button on the home page. I guess decide whether we show the AuthModal or not. So I'm just going to copy all of this again and paste this. And I'm going to use Control G, AuthModal. So for now, we're just going to have that return back to us. And on the home page, I'm going to use state in order to say the state of if the AuthModal is showing or not. So use state from React. I'm going to have to import that. And now I'm going to use state to define show modal and then set show modal to change what show modal's value is. Modal. Use state. So we're going to start off with show modal being false. So using use state, I'm saying that show modal's value is now false. And if we want to change show modal's value, we use set show modal to change this. So we want to do this essentially, I guess, if we click the button. So if we click the button, we want to set show modal as true, right? We click on it, the modal shows up. And then if we click on a button in the AuthModal, it should get rid of it. So let's maybe make our AuthModal first. Before we do much else, I'm just going to make a div. And I'm going to decide with a little X, and I'm going to decide that on click of this, so on click of this, I'm going to handle click once again, and let's define handle click, const handle click. I'm actually going to set show modal as false, right? Because if we click the little X, we want the modal to disappear. So in order for this to work, I'm going to have to pass through set show modal into the modal itself, right? So let's actually import the modal into here. So import auth modal from components AuthModal. And if show modal is true, then we're going to show the auth modal, right? So at the moment, set show modal is not defined. Okay, we need to pass through set show modal into auth modal as well. Just like that. And that will allow us to set the state here from another component. Okay, so let's import that like that. Great. So now, there we go. That's our modal essentially. And if I click on this X, it disappears. Sure. Visible, disappears. Visible, disappears. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Maybe let's style it up so it's a little bit more obvious. Because at the moment we just have this. So class name auth modal. Then I'm just going to style it up in here. So auth modal, I'm going to grab it. Let's give it a position absolute of the whole screen. And then from the top, I want it to be, let's say 175 pixels. But from the margin left, I'm just going to put auto, and margin right, I'm going to put auto. I think I need it in both to make sure it's centered. Let's just have a look at this works. Let's give it a width. I'm going to say max width it's allowed to have. It's 360 pixels. And let's give it a height of 600 pixels. Let's also give it a background color of white. A border radius of 10 pixels. And just some padding of 40 pixels. And I'm also just going to put auth modal, so it's really obvious. Class namer. Okay, so click. There's our auth modal. Okay, and if I click on here, it disappears. Great. Let's carry on. So we also want to set the show modal from the nav bar, remember? So to do this, I'm going to go into the home page again and also pass through set show modal into the nav bar. Okay, just going to format this a little bit better. And move this out so we can see. So now we're passing through the set show modal into the nav bar. It means we need to pass it through here as well. And I'm going to say that on the click of the button, so here's the button, there's the class name, but also on click, I'm going to handle click and const handle click. I'm just going to set show modal to be true. So this means that now I can show the modal from here. I can close it, or I can show from here. And the only way I can close it is by clicking on this little X right there. Great. So this is all starting to really shape up. Let's carry on. I also actually want to disable this button if we, have this up to make it really obvious that we can't really click on it because it won't do much. So I'm going to do this on the nav bar. I'm going to say disabled. And instead of writing disabled true, I'm going to use the show modal variable to decide this, which means we actually also need to pass through the show modal as a prop into here. So back on home, show modal, show modal. Okay, so now, we need to actually add a disabled class as well. That's my fault. So nav button, disabled. I'm just going to give a background color that's slightly darker than, you know, white. 180, 180. And make the font color slightly darker than this. So perhaps maybe like 1894290. Oh, why is it going all that color? Whoops. I did not mean to change that one. I wanted to change this one. So there we go. Cool. So now you'll see it looks disabled because it looks like it's a little bit darker. This is all looking wonderful. Okay, so for now we are done with the nav bar. Let's carry on with the AuthModal. So the AuthModal essentially is going to have a form for us. So we're going to use the form in order to, you know, allow people to sign up if they have not signed up before or log back in. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to go and start creating my form. So here I'm going to keep that button there. Let's perhaps also give this the class name of close icon. And I'm just going to pick it out, so close icon, and I'm going to make it float right. Okay, so now it's just right there. That's looking much better. The other things that we need in here, well, I'm going to have an h2 tag that essentially is going to show us something if it's a sign up form or it's a create account form. Okay, so we're going to be able to choose as the user if we are a returning user or if we want to sign up. So at the moment, I'm going to put is sign up. Let's go with true, because the alternative is logging in, as if you're logging back in. So if is sign up, then I want to say sign up or create account is what it says on the actual page. And then alternatively, if it's not a sign up option, we want to just log back in as a user. And let's also have a p tag. It says by clicking, here we go. That's taken from the website. By clicking login, you agree to our terms, learn how we process your data in our privacy policy and cookie policy. So there's our p tag. And the next thing we're going to have is our actual form. So let's start building our form. Of course, with every form on submit, we're going to have a function. So it's going to be handle submit. And let's just define it here. So const handle submit. And I'm going to have to prevent default, as otherwise that will refresh the page. So just make sure to have that there. I'll show you what happens if we remove this later. But essentially, we don't want our page to refresh, right? We want to stay on the page. But as a default, the page refreshes. So that will remove that action. And in our form, well, we want to have an input. And this input's a self-closing tag. And our first input is going to have the type email, ID, email, then we're going to have name. I'm just going to copy this actually because it's pretty much going to be the same for all these. Placeholder, email, required. I'm going to say this is true. I want this to be required. And I'm also going to have an on change I want to set the email. So I want to set the state to be whatever I'm typing in this. So eTarget value. So up here, I'm actually going to have to install use state. So import use state from React once again. And right here, I'm going to say const email, set email, use state. And we're going to start off with, we're going to start off with null. So we've got the email. I also know that I'm going to have password, right? Because we want to save the password, whatever we're typing into our form up here. And I'm also going to have confirm password because we're going to have to check if passwords match. So there we go. And then also let's save any errors. So error set error. Use state null. Cool, so they're all null. Here's my input. That will essentially change the value of the email variable if we type into it. We're also going to have one for the password. So type, in fact, I'm just going to select all these because this should all say password. And of course on change for this one, set password. And with this one, again, Control G. This will be password check. However, I don't think we want the placeholder to say this. Let's put confirm password. And for this one, set confirm password. Oops, I spelled password incorrectly here. Control G. Okay, so if we go ahead and console log all of these, console log email, password, confirm password, and save. So if I go you will see we are saving the state and we are console logging out here. So this is working, and if I delete it, it will update too. Cool. So our form is looking good. Let's carry on. We of course also need a submit input. So input type submit. And I'm also going to just have a p tag to show any errors, because I want to essentially say that if something goes wrong, that I want to say, so for example, if the passwords don't match, I want that to show up to my user, right? I want it to say like, oh, passwords don't match, do something. So cool, I think we are nearly done here. Let's give this input the class name of secondary button. Secondary button. Okay, so now let's define our secondary button. So dot secondary button is going to have a color of the text. It's going to be a sort of dark grayish. And the background color is just going to be white. Okay. The font weight I'm going to use for this is going to be 500 pixels. And the font size is going to be 15 pixels. Text transforms, once again, I'm going to change it to uppercase. Oh, this should just be 500, sorry. So text transform 500, and the padding, I'm going to say that from the top and bottom, I want 12 pixels, and on the sides, I want 30 pixels. And the border radius, because I love a border radius, let's say 30 pixels. And then the border, so the actual border itself is going to be solid 2 pixels, and this color as well. And also let's give it some margin to, space it out from the riffraff. So there's my secondary button styling. And also on the hover, I'm just going to make everything slightly darker. So I'm going to use RGB 484848. And the border is going to be essentially the same. So solid 2 pixels and that color. Okay, so now it looks like this. Cool. Let's carry on with the styling. Also on when the form finishes, I'm actually going to make an HR. I'm going to add a line there and just have the H2 tags just so it looks exactly like the Tinder app itself. I'm just going to say get the app, and then I'm going to put some images in there. So now let's style it up a little bit further. Also, the H2 tags in this, I'm going to give them all a default. So any H2 tags that we have, I'm going to have the font style italic. Okay, just so it looks even more like the app. And now let's style up our form. So let's go back to where we were styling the AuthModal. Let's grab the AuthModal and any form that exists inside of it, because we are going to have more forms in here. It's going to have display, flex, and then flex, direction, column. Okay, and then each input as well. So any input that lives in the AuthModal, I'm going to give each one a padding of 8 pixels and a margin of 8 pixels and also a font size of 17 pixels. Oops, this should be a dot. Let's also say that this is only for the type of password or email. Okay, so that the button styling does not get affected. Password. I'm also going to get rid of this, and we will go back to adding these 2 images later. For now, I just want to carry on. So we are saving all of this to state. However, what else do we want to happen? Well, we're going to use try and catch for this. We're going to try and we're going to be making a post request in here. For now, I'm just going to write that. If is sign up is true and password equals confirm password. So if both of them are equal, right, because we need them to match. Actually, let's do if not equal. So if they're not equal, we're going to set the error to say passwords need to match. Okay, so if that is the case, passwords need to match. Otherwise, we're going to, I'm just going to put console log, make a post request to our database that's going to essentially sign us up. Okay, so either sign us up or log us in. That is going to depend on if we are, if sign up is true or if sign up is false. I'm just going to put that up here. Great. So we're going to go back to this. There's our try. We also need a catch. Error. Console log error. Okay, so we are going to go back to this. For now, I also need a way to either decide if we are logging in or signing up, because this is essentially going to look different. If we are signing up, then we need to show all 3, right? Because we are signing up, we can put in our email and then we make a password. However, if we are just logging in, we don't need to show this. So if we are creating an account, we need to show this. Otherwise, we just show that. Okay? Great. Okay, so we want to say that we are, if we as the user want to create an account, if I press this button, then I want the modal to say create account. However, if I press this button, I want this to say login. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. Back on the home page, I'm going to say const is sign up, set is sign up. And the state of this is actually going to be true because we're going to assume that everyone that's coming into our website has not signed up yet. And now we're going to pass through set sign up into the nav bar. So we're passing a lot into our nav bar, but we need to do this. Set is sign up, set is sign up. Set is sign up. And if we click on the nav bar, if we click on the button, so if we click on this button right here, I want to set is sign up to be false because we are logging in, okay? And that means that if sign up, so in the AuthModal now, I'm going to pass through set sign up, but also is sign up. So we don't need this anymore. If is sign up, create account, otherwise log in. So let's fix that. That's on the home page. We also need set sign up to be true. And once again, from here, I'm just going to pass through set sign up. And is sign up is sign up. Okay, so now log in, and we only have the 2 inputs. And here I get create account and I get 3 inputs. Once again, there we go. So we're using the AuthModal and we're passing through props in order to, I guess, show different things and show different texts. Great. Before we move on, let's just clear this up a little bit. So here we are on the home page. This is where the state for is sign up is stored. And we're passing through the option to change that into the nav bar. So then when we click on the button, it changes, it is set sign up to false. And also on the modal, we don't really need it on the modal. We just need to pass through the variable to make sure that everything is displayed correctly. So let's go ahead and delete that off here. Okay, cool. On the home page, I'm just going to give this h1 tag the class name of primary title, and just put these with the buttons dot primary title and make it font size 90 pixels and make sure the color, is white. So there we go. And we're just going to add an image. So here is the image from the actual website itself. So there we go. I've just gone ahead and added it. So all I'm going to do is use the URL tag and just whack in the path to my image like so. And there we go. We just added an image to the background along with the linear overlay. We don't actually need this extra body stuff here. So I'm just going to go ahead and move that and move it along to be up here too. Whoops, I obviously can't spell position, so I've just gone ahead and changed that. Let's also give this a left 0, right 0. Perhaps we don't need to make this so large. Let's just give it top 100. or less if we want. So that part's up to us as well. Great. I'm also going to put some space above the home page itself. Now I'm just going to get the home page like so I can add some margin top to it. So let's just go margin top, and I'm just going to go with 40. Or let's just go by view height, 30 view height. Great, so that is looking much better. Okay, great. We are now done with the sign up form. Let's now move on to the onboarding page. So we're just going to do all the styling first, and then we're going to move on to making all the API calls. So what I'm going to do is we're going to move on to the onboarding page, and let's style it up. So I'm going to get rid of the home page, and let's get the onboarding page up, and I'm just going to keep the CSS file to the side as before. So the onboarding page, well, it's basically just going to be one huge form, really. So this is what it should look like. Let's do it. So of course, we're going to have to import use state from React. And on the onboarding page, well, what do I want in here? Well, I'm actually going to use the nav bar in here. So let's go ahead and just put 2 empty tags like so. And I'm just going to use the nav tag. And what do we need to pass into the nav tag? Well, we need to pass these things in order for it to render correctly. So that means, do we want, the logo to be shown in color or in white? Do we want the login button to be shown? We know that the answer is no. So let's do it. So these are the things we need to pass through. So minimal. Then we have the auth token. Then we have show modal, and then we have set sign up. We don't actually need to pass through the auth token. I know we have done it here, but let's just set it back as true for now, because we are going to get that another way. So there we go. And that just means on the home page as well, we don't need to pass that through. So where is our home page? Auth token. Yeah, let's not pass that through. So for the nav bar on the onboarding page, I'm going to put the nav bar minimal true. Set show modal. We're just going to have this as an empty function. Show modal. Again, we are just going to put false for this, and set is sign up. That one doesn't really matter because, we are not going to be passing anything through. So we only really need these 3 things. Okay. So that means we need to, of course, import the nav bar, import nav from components, nav. So there we go. This is the opposite to what we were seeing here. See, this is with the white logo, and it has a button, or it should have a button if auth was false. Okay, and if we go to onboarding, no button. And this is a different color. So hopefully that makes sense, how we're just reusing the nav bar, but passing through different props in order to render it differently. So there we have the nav bar. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is make a div with the class name of onboarding. make an h2 tag that says create account, because this is our onboarding page. And then I'm going to just have a form. So once again, we know how this goes. The form needs an on submit. We're going to handle submit. And then in here, well, I'm going to break this up into sections actually, because there's a lot going on here. There's going to be a lot of inputs. So the first one is going to be for the first name. So I'm going to give it a label that says first name. And I'm going to put HTML4. So we're going to say that this label is going to be for the input with first name. So now let's make the input. So here's our input, here, closing tag. And what I'm going to do is give this the ID of, I'm going to make it the same, just like we did before. So first name, this type for this is going to actually be text. The name of this is going to be first name. The placeholder, we're going to have first name. Required, I'm of course going to put true because we need that. And the value that it's going to display is just going to be, well, for now I'm just going to put that. And on change of this, we're going to, that's right, we're going to handle change. So there's one input. We have a lot more to go. So there's our first name input. The other one we're going to have to do, so I'm going to grab the label as well actually, is the date of birth day. And this is going to be for the birth day. So I've done it for this tag, but maybe we don't really even, let's just have the label. The ID for this is going to be date of birth day. The type of this is going to be a number. This is going to be date of birth day. And the placeholder for this is going to be DD. So you know it's for the day. Required true. Value nothing for now, and on change. And then let's copy this. And then we're going to have date of birth month. Date of birth month. And this is going to be MM, like so. And one last one. So this is going to be date of birth year. Which means this is also going to be date of birth year. And this is going to be yeah. Cool. Okay. So we've got that. Now let's do some more. I'm going to also have in the same section a label for gender. And actually we probably need to also put these in a multiple input container because we need these to be sort of like next to each other. So I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give the styling of class name multiple input container. Okay, so now I'm going to wrap all of these three in that container, and I'm actually going to use it again for the gender. Okay, so there we go, and let's put a closing tag here. So we've got one input for the gender. So this is going to have, I'm going to make this type radio this time. The ID of this is going to be woman, gender, identity, as it's the ID, I'm actually going to do that. But for the type, however, the names I'm strategically writing exactly as they were in our data objects, and you will see why in a bit, because when we collect the data, I'm actually going to use the name of the input to make our data objects. So this was gender identity, and in fact the first one's man, actually man value here is going to just say man, as it's a radio button. Required doesn't have to be required because we're choosing one of the three. On change, handle change, and checked. Well, at the moment, I'm going to just leave this as false, but we'll be changing that later. So we've got one, we need another one for woman gender identity. And the value of this is going to be woman. I'm going to have one more that's going to be more gender identity. And the value of this is going to be more. And we don't want placeholders for these, so just get rid of that. And I am actually going to give these ones a label because they are radio buttons. So let's get the label. This one. And I'm going to put it below this time. So HTML4 man gender identity. And this will say man, so we know which radio button we are picking. For woman, we're also going to have a label. Woman, woman. And for more, we're also going to have a label. So I'm literally just copying it exactly as it is on the website. Okay. Now we're going to have another label because this is going to where we choose to show our gender or not. So show gender, and it's going to say show gender on my profile. And the input for this is actually going to be a checkbox. So ID show gender, type checkbox this time. The name for this is going to be show gender, just as it is in our database. So with the little underline there. The value doesn't have a value. On change, handle change, and checked. I'm just going to leave it as false for now. And let's carry on. So this is what this looks like at the moment. Oops, we need to define. So I'm just going to say const handle submit. And I'm just going to say console log submitted for now. And do the same for handle change. So handle change. Change. Okay, so I mean, it's not looking great, but we're essentially just trying to get all the inputs first. So here we are at the moment. We've just done the one for showing gender. Next, I'm going to have a label that just says show me. So what we want to see. This doesn't need one of these. And I'm going to, once again, just get an input. Actually, I'm actually going to put this in the div multiple input container first. And then just close it. And now I'm going to get an input. And this one, well, perhaps actually we just take all of the ones we did here, because essentially it's going to be radio buttons as well. So I'm going to grab that one, grab that one, grab that one. So all three. And just paste them in like so. So there we are. There's the label and there's the three inputs with their labels. And now I'm going to change this to be man, gender, interest. So we're picking the interest, the gender we are interested in, interest. This is going to be gender, interest, man. And the label is going to say man, gender, interest. So I'm actually just going to pick all the times it says identity and just change it to interest, because that's essentially what I'm going to be doing anyway. So let's just see if this looks right. Here's the input for the man. Here's the input for the woman that says gender interest, just like it does on the database. And here is one for more. Even on the website, this says everyone. So let's put everyone. And this I'm going to change to everyone. And this I'm going to change the value of this to everyone. Great. So nearly there. So we've just finished another bit. The next bit I'm going to do is going to have a label HTML4 about, because I'm going to make about me label, and the input this time is going to have the ID about. The type is going to be text. Name is going to be about. Required is going to be true. Placeholder is going to say, I like long walks. The value of this at the moment is just going to be nothing. And on change, you guessed it, handle change. So this is looking good. We still have a bit to go, actually. So bear with me. I will be sharing this code with you. So if you ever get lost, or if you're like, oh, this is too much, you can go ahead and copy it. That's essentially one section done, however. I'm going to now make another section because I want two sections. So one left side and a right side. And on this section, I'm going to give it the label of photos, profile photo. So this is where people are going to be able to upload a photo. You can choose to, upload many if you wish, but I'm just going to choose to upload one. And so you can be able to essentially preview it. So let's maybe give this class name photo container. So that's where you're going to preview the photo. But before we do, I'm actually just going to let you be able to put in a URL. Okay, so wait, here's our input tag again. And type for this is going to be URL. The name of this is going to be URL, just like on our database. The ID is going to be, you guessed it, URL. On change, handle change. And we're also going to put required is true. And we also need a submit input. I'm actually going to do this in the first section. So this is where the section ends. I've actually should have done this in the section itself. So there we go. So on the end of this section, I'm going to have an input that's going to have the type submit. Great. And I'm just going to format this all a little bit while I'm here. Code. Wonderful. Cool. So it won't look very nice at the moment. There you go. Let's get to styling it up. So what I'm going to do is just make a new section here. For on page. So first things first, my form, I want the two sections to appear next to each other. So let's go ahead and grab the form, but only the form that lives in the onboarding section. So the div with the class name onboarding. And what I'm going to do is, I'm really not liking the way I'm spelling onboarding, but I'm just going to keep onboarding. I'm going to keep it like that. And I'm going to use display flex, justify content. Should we do space between? Let's do center so they're all next to each other. Okay, so now that is one section here, and this is another section here. So there we go, 1, 2, and they are kind of in the middle. The next thing I want to do is that inside each of these sections, so in the form, each section, what I want to do is use display flex direction column, even though it kind of already is column. So maybe we don't really need this, but the submit button there could kind of need it. So flex direction column. Okay, so that is looking better. And now I'm just going to give them a padding of 20 pixels each. Okay, so there we go. That is looking much better. Now the next thing I'm going to do is look for any input in my form. So input, and I'm going to give each of them a padding of 15 pixels to the top and bottom and 30 pixels to each side. And I'm also going to give it some margin from the top only and the bottom, and then otherwise 0 from the side. The font size, I'm going to make the font size 15 pixels. And the border, I'm going to make the border a little bit different. I'm going to make it a bit thicker, so give it 2 pixels width, and I'm going to make it a very light gray. So here is the color that I picked out earlier. And the border radius is going to be, sure, 10 pixels. So now each of the forms look a lot better, I think. I mean, I'm enjoying these much better, much more visually, I guess. Let's maybe also make sure that both the sections are the same width. So width 35% maybe. Okay, so now they're much more even. Next, let's sort out everything in the multiple input sections. So I'm going to get the onboarding form, and I'm going to find the multiple input containers, and I'm going to say that anything in them needs to be display flex, so it's next to each other. And just to be sure, I'm going to give it a flex direction of row. Okay, so now they're kind of next to each other like this. Of course, we are going to style it up more. This birthday one is just way too big. I also want to get rid of these, so I'm going to show you how to do that. What I'm going to do is actually get the onboarding form, and on the input, I'm going to use WebKit outer spin button, and then also WebKit inner spin button, and I'm going to do WebKit appearance none, and also give margin 0. Okay, so it takes up no space. So now we can't see those things. I think that looks a lot better. Okay, the next thing we're going to say that any input that lives inside the multiple input container, so these are getting a bit longer, is going to have a different kind of styling. I want to give all of them a margin right of 10 pixels. Okay, so that they do spread out a little bit more. These labels, they are not looking so great either. So perhaps we need to do something about the labels. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this, get the label. And each label that lives in here, I'm going to give it a padding of 10 pixels, a border solid 2 pixels, RGB 144, 144, 144, border radius 10 pixels, transition all 0.3 seconds, and then a margin right of 10 pixels. Okay, so now the labels themselves, I'm trying to style them as inputs, as you could see. So the next thing I'm going to do is just hide the little radio buttons. So I'm going to, once again, only do this if it's in the multiple input container, and I'm going to look for the input type radio. So just make this maybe a little bit bigger for now so you can see it. And also to make sure I don't make any mistakes. So there we go. And I'm just going to put display none. So once again, we've styled the label to look like the input, and we've just got rid of the input so you can't see it. So now this is what our labels look like. Ta-da! Let's carry on. Maybe these labels themselves, so every label now, let's actually do this up here. Any label inside of the form, this is the styling it's going to have first before it gets overridden by anything else. So I'm just going to make sure they have a margin 10 pixels on the top and 0 on the sides, just so that they're a bit more spaced out. Now, if this, well, we don't have to, we can just actually do it if it's in the form. Because I think the only time any input that we have in the form at the moment needs this styling. We don't really need to differentiate. So now I'm going to get the any input of the type radio that lives in the form, and I'm going to say that if it's checked, I'm going to make the border, so and the label, I'm going to make the border solid 2 pixels RGB, and I'm going to make it like a reddish color. And because of course we've hidden the radio, it's only going to appear on the label itself. So now if we check one, oops, well, we're going to have to check it later because at the moment we can't actually make it checked because we've set checked as false. But maybe let's just try and make one true. So let's find a radio. Let's make this true. See, there's a little red line. Great. Okay. And finally, if the input in the form that has the type submit, well, essentially that's the button, I guess. If we want to hover over it, I'm going to give it a background color of RGB 235, 235, 235. And then again, if we make it active, I'm going to do it sort of like a light red, so 226, 115, 115. Cool. And then also, let's check that out. So there's our button. If I click it, cool. I'm happy with that. Of course, we did make this required, which is why it's telling us to do this. But I think this is looking good. I'm quite happy with this. The birthday container, what is going on here? We need to sort this out. Before we do that, I actually want to align the text in each of these to be to the left. So text align, start. And I think that is much better. So the birthday container, let's do that now. We could do it by the type again. So perhaps let's do that. So onboarding type input number, I'm going to say width 30%. Okay, so that is looking much better. Let's do 10%. So cool. This is looking much better. Let's carry on. So we've pretty much done the styling. Let's continue with saving all of our inputs to state. So perhaps maybe let's just get rid of this now. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of that to make it easier for us to read. So I'm going to show you how to store form data in here. So we've already got the navbar. Let's also import use state from React. And I'm going to say form data and set form data, use state, and I'm going to actually make an object. This object is going to have the user ID. So just like we did on the form, at the moment, the ID is going to just be this. We're going to have the first name, which is just going to also be an empty string for now. We're going to have the date of birth, day. We're going to have the date of birth, month. We're going to have the date of birth, year. Show gender. As default, it's going to be false unless they, of course, tick it on the checkbox. Gender identity, as a default, as it's the first one on the form, it's going to be man. And gender interest, as a default, again, just because it's going to be woman. The email is going to just be this for now. And the URL, again, is going to be this. Of course, we also need about and matches, which is going to be an empty array. So cool. Now let's get to populating this from our form. Matches. Of course, matches we won't. That is always going to be an empty array because the onboarding page is not about adding matches. So on handle change, what I'm going to do is just pass through E for event. And let's just console log E here so we can see what is happening. But what I'm going to do is say that instead of just getting the E target value, I'm going to say that if so let's save this as const value. I'm also going to get the name. So this is why I gave each of the inputs a name, because I want to save that, and that's going to be E target name. So now if I console log value and name, and let's go ahead and interest, make sure that it looks like that. So now you will see that if I start typing in here, that's the event. The value at the moment is, well, not much. The name is first name. The value isn't much because, you know, at the moment we just have this as the value. So we're going to have to change that. But just know that we need to get the name of each input and its value. And we are doing that in order so we can go in here and save it as the name and its value. So to do this, I'm going to actually use set form data, and then I'm going to pass through the previous state. And then I'm going to get the previous state of the whole state. So whatever state this is in now, the whole thing. And I'm going to update one of these. So I'm going to search for it by its name, which is why it's so important that the name of all our inputs is exactly the same as it is stored up there, as you will see. And then I'm just going to change its value. Okay, So this is looking good. And now it means that on the values, I can get the form data, and by the name, so dot first name, I can show its value. So first name, do the same for here, form data, and the name is date of birth, sorry, date of birth day, form data dot job month. This is going to be form data job year. The value of this is going to be man, that's going to be woman, that's going to be more. That's hard-coded because they are radio buttons. And this is a checkbox, so we can just nicely ignore those. However, here we need to change this. So form data about, and this is going to, do we want to show this? Instead of showing it here, I actually want to show an image. So all I'm going to do is get the image tag, and as the source, I'm going to put the form data URL. As the alt, I'm going to put profile pic preview. Okay, so this is looking good. And if I console log the form data now outside of this handle change, so console log form data, you should see the form data updating. So my first name, I just wrote SDS. My birthday, I wrote 01/02. So that should be updated as well, 01/02. And if I choose man or woman, that's updating too. The checkbox, however, is going to be a problem. So if I click show gender on my profile, it just says on, right? So we don't really want that. We don't want it to say on. Okay, so that says on. This one says on. We want to make it say true or false. So I'm going to say, then instead of getting the value, I want to get the checked value, but that's only if it's a checkbox, right? So the value here, I'm going to actually check for the eTarget type, and if it equals checkbox, then I want to get the eTarget checked. Otherwise, I'm going to get the eTarget value. Great. So now that means I can set the form data for all of these things. Let's go Emma 01/01 1990, woman, show my gender, interested in men, I like walks, and then let's get a profile picture. So I'm just going to go back to my imager. And there we go. So that's also displaying a preview image, which is very large, but at least we know everything's working. And if we check here, we've got pretty much everything. We didn't do email. Do we need email? We don't need email because we collect that and we're going to store it. Essentially, we're going to store it as a cookie. So that is fine. But we are getting everything else. And the user ID is also going to be generated for us. So great, this is all working. However, we need to show that this is checked. So once again, check every time we put checked false, we don't want to actually be putting this. So we want to be putting if form data gender identity equals man, right? Because we're getting by this value, then show that it's checked. For this one, I'm just going to do woman. This one is going to be more. This is going to be form data, just simply show gender. This is going to be gender interest this time. Interest, man, woman. It's going to be everyone. Cool. So let's see. Okay, so now it's also selecting it. It's giving it a round red outline, and it's updating too. So this is looking good. Everyone doesn't want to update. Why is that? Everyone, everyone. Ah, this should say everyone. So now that should work as well. Great. Let's just style up this preview image a little bit. So this time in the onboarding form, I'm going to get the photo container image actually, and make sure the width is 100%. So I think that should be it, or perhaps we also need it. Okay, no, that is looking good. I am happy with that. And then of course, once we hit submit, we need to send that over to our database. I actually also need perhaps like a line that goes above this. So what is this onboarding? Let's find the onboarding. I don't have anything for onboarding, so let's go onboarding, top, solid, 1 pixel, gray, and then let's make this like a gray in RGB. So RGB 154, 154, 154. Okay, so that is looking much more like the real thing. Let's make it actually a little bit lighter. Wonderful. So now that we have our onboarding page, and of course we will be doing all the backend stuff soon, so we will be making those requests. I just want to style up the dashboard before we get going so that everything that we have to get working is finished. So once again, I'm just going to move this up. And now I'm going to open up our dashboard page and let's get building. So the dashboard page, well, this is going to consist of so let's get rid of this, and I'm going to give this the class name of dashboard, just like so. And in here, well, what are we going to have? Well, we're going to have a chat container, but I'm going to actually make a separate component for that. So chat container. And then we are also going to have a div that is going to store our swiper. So class name swiper container. And in the swiper container is going to be our card. So let's also go ahead and make a card container, right? And I'm actually going to use a package for this. It's called React Tinder Card, and it is great. So thank you to the creator for it. You can read more about it here. I'm just going to go ahead and install it, so npm I React Tinder Card, so that we can use it in our project. So let's go ahead and import that now. I'm going to use import Tinder Card from React Tinder Card. So it really is that easy. It just saves us from writing our own code and our own component because someone's already basically done it for us. And I'm just going to get the Tinder card to show you what it looks like. So all I'm going to do is use the simple version, and I'm just going to essentially copy this. So all of this right here using their own characters. I'm going to paste it Okay, that's all I've done. I've imported the component and I've used their code in order to essentially get this working. And I'm going to take these things as well. Okay, so we have to make sure to import use state from React. So we're going to just be saving the direction that we went, last or whichever direction. And we're going to be setting that, and also the characters. Well, I'm just going to actually get the characters for now because we are not importing any characters yet. So let's just use these characters like so. So if we look in our app now, chat container is not defined. Just going to comment that out for now. You will see here are some names, and of course I can swipe them in order to make them move and go away. The images, I did not bother importing the images from here. We can just use our own. We do also need to style this up a little bit. So let's go back in here. Let's look at their CSS file. And we're going to have to get the swipe card and I think the card container, but definitely the swipe and the card. So let's just get all of this. And I'm just going to paste it like so. And make sure that this card container, I'm just going to swap it out from my card container. There's the card, the background images. So let's just go ahead and use some of my background images to see if this is working. I'm just going to use the same image for now. Like I said, we can use MongoDB to store these images, but just because I want to share them with you, I have put them on Imager, so I thought I might as well use that. So great, there you have it. There we have the names as well. This is essentially what I want to use, what I'm using, but of course I'm just, I need to clean it up a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is, let's just format this a bit. The Tinder card, I'm giving it the class name as swipe. The key here is the character's name. On swipe, we're just logging the direction, which then goes to this swiped function and changes the last direction for us so that we know which was the last direction at all times. And then we also console log out who has left these screens. So essentially we can get rid of them from our database, right? If we haven't matched them, if we don't want to match with them, and so on. Cool. And this div is for the background image. So I am happy to keep that and also keep the class name of card. And then below we just show the character's name. So yes, I'm happy with all of that. We can also have a div below that is going to show us the swipe info. So perhaps let's call this class name swipe info. And in here, I can say that if last direction exists, then I can say you swiped, and then it's going to tell me left or right at the bottom. Otherwise, just return back a p tag like so. Cool. Great. So now I swiped down. I swiped right. Okay, so this is looking great. However, I need to get some styling in order to style this up a little bit. So let's get to it. So this is going to be my dashboard. So we've got the swipe, we've got the card container. I am going to switch some things around. I also want to give my dashboard itself, I'm going to do display flex, and I want the chat container to essentially be on the left and the rest on the right. So let's go ahead and import the chat container from, and I'm going to say this in components, so chat container. Let's make a new file, chat container.js, const chat container, and for now I'm just going to return a div that says chat container and export default chat container. Okay, so that is fine for now. So now, because I want them spaced out evenly, I'm going to use justify content space between. So that here's our chat container, and this is the rest of the dashboard. The card container, well, actually, let's get the dashboard swipe container next. So the swipe container, because here's our dashboard, here's our chat container, and then we've got the swipe container. The swipe container, I want this to have a width of 70% actually. And then everything in it, I want to have display flex direction column. So it's all stacked over each other. And I also want to center it. So justify content center this time, and also align item center, which means it needs a height, and the height is going to be 100 view height. Okay. So this is looking better. We also need to change our chat container. Otherwise it's gonna not look so great. So the the card container, not the chat container, is gonna have a width, and we're just gonna hard code it to be 400 pixels and a height of 650 pixels, which means the card itself is going to have a, let's get rid of these. The card itself, I want it to have a width of 400 pixels and a height of 650 pixels. So exactly the same as the card container, really. The background size, I'm going to keep as cover, background position center. Do we want a box shadow on it? I think that we can have a box shadow on it. I think that might look nice. And a border radius, let's say of 30, as we've just made it a little bit bigger. And we don't want a background color anymore. So this is looking good. I don't know why this is still doing that. Perhaps it's the chat container. Let's have a look. Here's our dashboard. The chat container. The swipe container is somehow being up there, which doesn't really make much sense. Ah, swipe container, that's why. Okay. So now here's our swipe container, there's our container, and this card, it's still being positioned very strangely. Let's get rid of position relative. This needs to have a dot. And this is now looking much better. So the chat container's here, the swipe container is there, and it's all in the dashboard. Great. I don't actually like the box shadow, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. And the card content, I'm not sure if this is necessary. I don't think it really is. So let's go ahead and get rid of the card content. It is not a class name that I am using now. Great. Now, any text in the card, I'm just going to give it a margin top instead of 0. And great. So now this is looking much better. The text, I want that actually showing at the very bottom. So once again, any thing with the class of swipe info that lives in the dashboard, I'm going to give position absolute, bottom 0, padding 50 pixels. Okay, so now it should always be at the bottom. Maybe it should be more at the bottom. Let's fix that. So maybe just like 10. And great. So this is all looking much better. Let's just check we didn't make any mistakes. And good. So that is my styling for the cards. Next, let's maybe style up the chat container. So once again, let's just move this up. Chat container. And I'm just going to comment this out. And let's get to styling. So the chat container, what do I want this to look like? Well, the chat container is going to be quite simple. So I'm just going to have the div with the class name of chat container. And in it, I'm going to have a chat header actually. It's going to be shared, so we'll make it a component. And then I'm going to have a another div because in here I want two buttons. One to show the options of two buttons, one to show your matches, and then one to show the chats. So this is going to say matches, and this is going to say chats, or chat maybe. And then I'm also going to have the matches display. Okay, so two more components. I promise you there's just one last more, and that is the chat display. Okay, so great. Here's our chat container. Let's also make our chat header, matches display, and chat display. So new JavaScript file, chat header. And I'm just going to delete this chat header. Let's just put chat header here for now so we know what that is. Let's also have a matches display. Matches display, matches, and one last one. What was it? Chat header, matches display, chat display. So new JavaScript file, chat display for just showing all our chats. And then this should be chat display, and this is a chat display. Great. So here's our chat container, which contains all of these things, and I'm going to go ahead and import it into our dashboard. So it's already imported. Great. So now if we look here, we also need to import a bunch of things into the chat container now. So the 3 things that we just made. So import chat header from components, chat header, import matches display from matches display, and import chat display from chat display. We'll clean all this up later with the different quote marks. For now, let's carry on. So great, we've sort of made it. Of course, we need to style it up, and then that is it. Then we get to doing some cool requests, you know, saving stuff with cookies, and in general, just logging into our app, collecting data, adding data, and so on. So let's continue with this. The chat container itself got the div chat container. This got the class name option. And then the chat header itself, I'm going to give this chat container header. And in it, we're just going to display the profile picture of whoever's, you know, logged in. So let's call this profile. And for this, I'm going to need an image container. So class name image container. And then I'm just going to put in the image of the user, which at the moment, of course, is just going to be nothing. And then some alt text once we get to it. Then we also have the h3 tag, which is going to show the user name. And then also maybe we need an icon to log out. So I'm just going to use just a little icon. Let's give this the class name log out icon, like so. And I'm just going to use a little icon for that. Cool. So there's our chat header. Next, let's do the matches display. So we just want to show all the matches in here. So go matches. And then I'm going to essentially map everyone onto little cards. So I'm probably going to leave that for now. And the chat display is going to be much of the same. Let's get rid of that. And actually, I lied. I'm going to have to make 2 more components. One is going to be a chat component where you can see all the chats, and also a chat input where you can type your messages. So you can, you know, essentially write a message in a little text box. So let's just make this 2 empty wrapping divs. And I'm going to make a new file, call it chat.js, and also another new file called chat input.js. And I'm just going to grab this, and this is just going to be called chat. Let's copy this, and we also need a chat input. The chat input we can sort of do now because we're not going to need to map anything on here. Class name, chat input. This is going to be a text area. And we're also going to have a button that we're going to use to submit what we have just written. I'm going to give this the class name of the secondary button that we've already made, and this is looking good. With this, we're also going to need the value, which is going to be the text value. So we're going to leave that blank for now. And this is also going to need use state, so import use state, so we can save the state of the chat So I'm just going to put const text area, set text area, use state null, and then on change of this, so on change, I'm just going to essentially pass through e, use set text area, and use the e-target value to change the text area, and then just show it just like so. Okay, so there's our chat input. Okay, cool. Now let's import those two components, import chat from chat and import chat input from chat input. Now let's style things up a tiny bit. So if you can imagine this, this is what it should look like. If I click on matches, it will show the matches. If I click on chat, it will show all the chat along with a text area, okay? And a submit button. So of course we don't want to show all of this at the same time, but we will come to that in a bit. Let's get to styling this up first. So let's go back to our chat container and just grab it like so. And I'm going to say that I want the background color of this to be white. But I also want to actually give it a box shadow. Okay, so this is actually a box shadow that I made earlier. So now you will see there's a tiny bit of box shadow that separates the chat container from the dashboard. The next thing I want to do is just make sure that it's a width of 30%. I know it should by default be because this is 70%. So I just want to make sure that that's 30% and that's always 70%. And next thing I want to do is just text align left, because as default, everything is centered. And this is looking good. Just in case you're getting any funky behavior, I want to make sure that this is always in front of the dashboard. So I'm going to give it a Z index 1 as well. So wonderful. Cool. The next thing I want to do is actually style the chat header. So let's find the chat header and grab the chat container header. That lives in the chat container, so we can do this. And I'm just going to give it a background of, because I'm going to make this a linear gradient, and this linear gradient will be familiar to you because I'm just going to grab it from the button essentially. Okay. So that is kind of what it looks like. I'm also going to make sure that the height is always 100 pixels, and I'm going to use display flex and space out anything that I put in it. So it's spaced out evenly, space between. And I'm also going to make sure that everything is in the center. So that is already what it looks like. These two things are spaced out. Wonderful. The next thing I want to do is get the chat containers options, which are the two buttons, if you remember. Is it options or option? Let's have a look. So it's option. I'm going to give them both border none. I'm going to give them both a background color, which is white essentially, and a border bottom, which is solid 4 pixels. and this red color. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. Okay, so they've both got this line underneath them. And let's make the font size 20 pixels, margin 2 pixels, and give them a padding of 10 pixels each. So great, that's already looking much more like the app. So let's carry on. Now, because I want to disable one of them, I also need to add a styling for a disabled option. So if I choose to make one disabled, I'm just going to get the border bottom disabled and make it 4 pixels, make it a gray color, okay, because it's disabled, so I want it to be kind of gray. Great. And now I'm also going to get the profile, and I'm just going to give it some padding. So I'm going to give it padding 20 pixels actually. So that's this thing here. That's just a bit more padded now. I also want to center anything in it. So I'm going to use display flex, align items center, just like so. And let's just also make it white in text. So RGB 255, 255, 255. Okay, so that is looking much better. And also, we're going to have an image in there as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and give the image, make sure that our images are only 30 pixels high and 30 pixels wide. And I'm going to make them little circles. So I'm going to give them a border radius of 15 pixels. Overflow, I'm going to put hidden. So anything we put inside, which comes outside of the circle is going to be hidden, and margin is going to be 10 pixels. Cool. And make sure that the image inside of it is going to be 100% the width. Wonderful. So this is all looking good. We probably need to style this little icon too. So actually, just when we style the profile, I'm just going to apply the same styling to the logout icon. So where was the logout icon? I think it was on the chat header logout icon. And that just means that they'll have the same kind of styling for them both. Overflow. Wonderful. So this is looking much better. The last thing I want to do is just on the chat display. So let's go ahead and now do the chat display. I'm going to get the chat display. So I think that was it. There's the chat div class name chat display. And basically all of this that's meant to contain the chat, I'm also going to give it a padding of 20 pixels. And also I need to hard code a height, so 60 viewport height. And then I want to make it so that if we receive more and more messages, we'll be able to scroll through them. So for this, I need to add overflow Y auto. So that will help me scroll through all the messages. Okay, so that is what's going to happen here. If I get more and more messages, I'll be able to scroll. And lastly, let's just style the chat input. So chat display, what's it not liking here? We need to put this in a wrapping div. And lastly, the chat input. So let's grab the chat input. And I'm just going to give everything 20 pixels like so. And let's also maybe use display flex flex direction column to make it look like this. Great. So now we can finally move on to hooking all of this up. Okay, so wonderful. Let's go ahead and do it. So let's go back to the main page. So I'm just going to get rid of all of these for now. The first thing that I'm going to want to do is actually, let's go back to our home page and get our AuthModal up. So now I want to actually be able to add users to my database. So I'm going to do so from my modal. I'm going to pretend I'm a new user coming in. So let's do it. First off, however, I am going to make a backend. So all of the files that I have made, so everything in here, I'm going to put them in a new directory. So make a new directory called client. And I'm literally just going to grab everything in here and put it into the client like so. This might take a while to move, but just go ahead and do that now. And there we go. So now everything's in here, and I'm actually going to make a new directory called server. So we've got our client and our server now. And now I'm actually going to stop my app running. So stop my app, cancel. And in here this time, I'm just going to go into my client. So now I'm back in here with all the same files, and I'm just going to do npm run start. To restart my app, I've just gone into this directory now, as that's where all our files are now. And there we go. So there's our app again. And now I'm also going to open up a new, so we're going to have two terminals now. Okay, one here for the front end and one here for the back end. And I'm going to go into the server this time and just do npm init. Okay, so this is going to just ask me loads of questions. I'm just going to go through and enter everything, and this will spin up a package JSON file for us. If you don't have the command npm, please head over to the Node documentation here and install Node. And then please also go to here to download the Node version manager in order to be able to use the command. So all you need to do is just grab whichever one of these applies to you, whack it in your terminal, and wait for it to do its thing. So for me, it would be this one. Great. So if we look in here now, there is our package JSON file. There's nothing in here at the moment. We are going to have to write a start script. So maybe to differentiate, I'm going to call this start backend. And I'm just going to essentially listen out using a package called NodeJS, listen out to changes on the index.js file. And the index.js file I have not made yet. So let's go ahead and make it index.js. This is essentially my little mini backend. Okay, this is where I'm going to write all my backend code, and using the package NodeJS, I'm going to listen out for any changes on this file. So in the backend, make sure you're in the server, just install the NodeJS package, just like so. Okay, wonderful. So if you want also, perhaps maybe it's better to have start front end here just for now. Oops. Does mean that we're going to have to rerun this. Well, it doesn't, but I'm going to anyway. Front end. And then in here, I'm going to do npm, oops, npm run start backend. Okay, so now we've got a backend, we've got a front end. What do we want to happen on the back end, however? Well, I'm going to import some packages. So thanks for installing that dependency for us. I'm going to install some packages. So the versions, as you remember, are really important. This is the version I am using. If for whatever reason there might be something not working, just make sure to check the packages are the same as mine. So now let's go back into the server because I'm going to have to install a few packages here. The first one being Express, which is going to help us do our routing. For those of you who have not come across the package express before, please do check out the documentation on it here. Hopefully you have used it before, but for those of you who don't, I will be taking it super slow for you so that you can carry along. The other packages I'm going to need are, of course, MongoDB, NodeJS we've already installed. I'm also going to have a package that is .env in order for us to store our variables secretly, a package called bcrypt, which is going to hash our passwords, a package called cause, which is going to help us communicate with our backend, and a package called UUID, which is going to generate a unique identifier for us. Okay? So I think this is it. If not, we will just go ahead and install other packages. But for now, I'm just going to, install that. So of course we need to do npm I for install, npm I, and just let it run. One more package that we also need to install is a package called JSON Web Token as well. So just go ahead and install that. We essentially need this package in order to do a synchronous sign in when we log in as an existing user. Don't worry if none of that makes sense. We're going to be covering it in a little bit more detail when we get to it. Okay, so there we go. Those are all our packages. Let's continue. So I'm just going to open up my index.js file on the server. So make sure that this is the index.js file on the backend right here. And let's continue. So the first thing that I'm going to do, well, I'm just going to use the package express. So I'm going to use the package express, require express, and I'm going to then call express. So what we've done is essentially got the package and stored all of the package, I guess, content in a way. This is the way I like to think about it, as the const express. And we call express, so it releases all of its wonderfulness and we store it as something else. So I'm going to choose to save this as app. You can choose to store it as whatever you wish. And this just means that we can now use some methods like use that come with express or listen. And we're actually also going to listen out to the port. So let's define a port here. I'm going to say my port, const port is 8000. So I'm going to listen out to changes on port 8000. And I'm just going to console log server running on port, and then whatever my port is. Okay, so there we go. So now if I look in my terminal, server running on port 8000, and if I make any changes, that will update thanks to NodeJS, which listens out for any changes on this file. So great. Now let's do some routing. So I'm just going to show you an example of routing for those of you who have not done anything before. So I'm going to use the method get in order to say, so I'm just going to write the syntax first, request response. So we're saying that if we visit localhost 8000 / nothing, so essentially just localhost 8000, we want to then call this function. And for now, I'm just going to do res JSON hello to my app. So now this means that if I visit localhost 8000, it will say hello to my app because I am sending the response JSON to the browser. Okay, so this is the syntax that we are going to use in order to write a lot more routes. So let's go ahead and copy that. I'm going to now decide what happens when I fill out the information on my front end on this form to create an account. So if we fill this out and I click submit, I then essentially want to send my information to the backend. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to send my information to the backend by saying that if we visit localhost 8000 / sign up, then I want to essentially send some stuff to the database. And to do this, I'm going to need a few things. The first being, we're going to have to communicate with MongoDB. So for this, I'm just going to get the MongoDB client, which requires the package MongoDB. So we've got our MongoClient, and now we also need a URI. And this URI I'm going to get from, let's go back in here. Go ahead and connect your application, and you should see this show up right here. So I'm just going to copy all of this, and we're going to replace the fields. We're going to replace the password field with the password that I stored for this user, and we're going to replace my first database with the name of the database that Connections will use by default. Okay, so just go ahead and take all that, and I'm just going to paste it in here. Now my password, I've actually forgotten it, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to go ahead and so there's my password. I'm just copying it. It's not very safe, as you can see. And I'm just going to replace this right here. And now the my first database, well, we know that this is just called cluster 0. So there we go. Okay, that is my URI. Please go ahead and make sure yours is the same. You should have cluster 0 as well if you followed along with what I was doing. And then whatever you chose your password to be, that should be it. So we've got a sign up route. This should actually be a post request, as we're going to be sending data to our database. And just to check everything works, I'm just going to retrieve all the data that exists in our database. So once again, I'm just going to copy all that, change this to be a GET request. And let's just say that if we visit the endpoint users, then we're going to get all the users. So to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new Mongo client. I'm going to pass through the URI, and let's save this as the client so we can use it in here. And now we're going to use try, and we are going to essentially await client connect. Make sure this is an async function, as we have the await word here. And now we're going to use client DB and pass through the database that we want to connect to. So our database is app data. So I'm just going to pass through app data, and let's save this as the database name. So database. And then let's get the database after we defined it. So we're getting essentially this, and we just want to get the users, right? So I'm going to do database collection. So search for the collection called users in our database. And I'm going to save this as users, just like so. And let's just perhaps return all the users for now. So I'm just going to do await users. And I think we need to do to array. So change it into an array. And I am just going to save this as returned users. And in the browser, I'm just going to show whatever has come back to us. Okay, so there we go. And then we just need to add, finally, await client close. So this ensures that the client will close when you finish, or if there is an error. So let's check it out. I'm just going to go here and this time visit users. That doesn't seem to work. Perhaps we need to do find and then to array. So let's check it out now. And great. So that is how we can return all the data in our database. This is working. Step one of proving this works with the URI is done. So let's carry on. Of course, at the moment, there's only one item in our database. That's why we're only getting one item. But as we now know this works, we can use this as a template to write more of these, I guess, queries. So let's do it. So let's carry on with the sign up. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And as we know, to sign up, it's a post request, and we're going to have to send some data over. So once again, I'm just going to essentially get this line, and we're going to pass stuff over by the body. So we're going to have to do something in the front end to send over the information that we need. So let's go back to our front end. And it's on the auth component that we're going to be doing this. So this is where we're going to be making a post to our database. So I'm actually going to need a package for this. The package is called Axios. So import Axios from Axios, just like so. So let's just do an else, or we can just leave it. Yeah, okay, fine, let's do else. Else, or actually we could just return out of this. So if there's an error, set error and return out of this. Otherwise, let's do an Axios post request, and we're going to post to our backend /sign up. Okay, so we're going to be doing that. And then this needs to be await actually, and we're going to save the response. So again, this means that this needs to be an async function. Const response await. Okay, so we're making that, and we're going to have to pass through the email and password, right? We don't need to pass through the confirmed password. We're actually just using that up here to check both are correct. So then we're going to also pass through the email and the password to the backend. Cool. So this is looking good. And actually we also want to say, so I'm just going to do this while I'm here, const success. So if the response status equals a 2 or 1, then we know it's success. So if success, then we want to navigate to the onboarding page, right? Because, you know, you put in your, when you're signing up, you put in your email, you put in the password you want to use, and then you get taken to the onboarding page. So if success, navigate to this onboarding page right here. So actually to use navigate, we need to import this from React Router DOM. So I'm going to do that now. Use navigate from React Router DOM. And then we also need to, where should we do this? We can do this up here. Let navigate equal, and we're just going to call use navigate like so. Okay, so that will now allow us to navigate to the next page if the response is a success. Cool. Why is this being highlighted? I don't really know. Okay, that is a Boolean success response. Okay, I mean, that looks fine to me. Comparison response makes replace. Okay, cool. Great. So this we're passing along with the body now, which means that in here we need to get that body. So const email password, and we want to get that from the rec body. So that is how you would pass through the data from the front end to the back end. And now, well, what do we want to do? I guess when we make a user, we want to start off by, adding the hashed password. So we need to hash the password. We're going to add the email. We're going to generate a unique identifier for the user as well. So let's maybe go ahead and do that first. I'm going to const generated user ID, and I'm going to use the package UUID for this. So let's go ahead and import that package. So const, and I'm going to use v1 from it. So UUID v1 require the package UUID. Okay, so that means that if I go UUID v1 and just call it, a unique number or a unique ID will be generated for us. Okay, so if you have a look at the documentation, this is what it will look like. I'm simply just using the package to generate a unique identifier. We can use version 1, we can use version 4. It's completely up to us. Maybe let's use version 4. So there we go. Okay, so we're generating a user ID. The next thing I will do is hash the password, so const hash password. And to hash the password, we're going to use a package called bcrypt. And bcrypt works, so again, this means put a wait here, which makes this an async function. Bcrypt works by hashing the password. So we're going to hash it. And we need to pass through the password itself, so the simple password as a string, and also these salt rounds. If you don't know much about hashing passwords, I've literally just made a tutorial on this, so please do check it out. It goes into much more detail than I'm going to now onto how this actually all works behind the scenes. But essentially, this will return a hashed password, okay? It will no longer be 123 if my password be 123. It will be hashed. Okay. So there we go. We've got that. We've got the hash password. So I think that is now it. Let's send this over to our database. So once again, I'm going to use try. I'm going to do client connect. And then I'm going to, once again, pick the database. So the database is called app data, and the collection, which I know is users. And first off, I'm actually going to check if a user like this exists, right? Because if it exists, then we don't want to sign up again based by the email address. So what I'm going to do is go into users and find one by the email. Okay, and const, let's say this is existing user. And if existing user exists, essentially, I just want to return res status. It's 409, I think. Send user already exists. Please log in. Okay, so we can choose to display this message in the front end as well. But there we go. That's essentially what will return to us as developers so that we know. And we can, of course, use this information to display however we wish. So that's if a user exists. However, if it doesn't exist, what do we want to do? Well, I'm going to sanitize the email first just to make sure that everything, is kind of consistent. And it just means that when we search by emails, everything will work as it should. I'm just going to make sure that the email is saved to our database as lowercase. So this is what I am doing. And let's say this is sanitized email, right? Because we want to make sure that this works, and we can do it just by making sure that everything is lowercase. So sanitized email. God, I can't spell. Sanitized. Okay, so we're getting the sanitized email. So now let's make a little data object. I'm just going to make it like this. I'm going to pass through the user ID, once again, making sure to make it exactly the same as we have in our database. And I'm going to assign the generated user ID to the user ID. The email is going to be the sanitized email, so all in lowercase, and the hashed password is going to be the hashed password that we just hashed. Okay, so that's what we want to send. Let's go ahead and do it. All I'm going to do is get the database users and insert one. I'm going to insert data. So just like that. By the way, all these things come with MongoDB, okay? These are MongoDB methods. That one right here. Same as find, okay? Same as connect, same as DB, same as collection. All from MongoDB. So that's what I'm going to do. This is also, we're going to await the response of this. So const inserted user. And now, okay, so imagine we're the user, we've just sent over our email address and our password. Then in the backend, we hashed that password. We also generated a unique user ID. Now I also want to generate a token. Okay, I want to generate a token. So I'm going to do this in order to, you know that we are kind of like logged into the app essentially. That's what we're going to use this token for. So const token, and I'm going to use JWT. So JWT comes from the JSON web token package. So we're going to have to get that. Const JWT equals require JSON web token. And now we can use it. So token JWT, and this is what comes with the JSON web token package. I'm going to sign. So once again, this is to generate a token for us, right? The first thing we're going to do is pass through the values that we want to use to generate the token. And you can use a secret key. I am not going to do it, so it's not like super secure. You can sign up to get a secret key. So please go ahead and do that if you wish. And as the callback, I'm just going to pass through the amount of time that I want this token to expire in. So that is an option that you can do too. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. The first thing we're going to pass through is the inserted user and the sanitized email. And then I'm just going to pass through here the expires in. And I'm going to say 60 multiplied by 24. So this is going to expire in 24 hours. Great. So this will generate our token. And then what do we want to send back? Well, I'm going to send back the status code 201, the JSON. And the JSON is going to be essentially the token, the user ID as the generated user ID, and the email as the sanitized email. Cool. And I believe that's it. We also need to catch any errors. So catch error, console log error. Great. So let's check out this works. Let's go in here. I'm just going to get my console log out. Let's do email Ania at test.com, password 123, submit. Blocked by cause. Okay, so essentially if you get that message, this is what you need to do. Let's get cause, require cause, and then we're just going to do app use cause. Okay, after obviously we've defined what app is. So that will get rid of this message right here. If you ever see that, make sure to do exactly what we just did. Okay, so Ania at test.com, 123, submit. Proxy email of rec body as it's undefined. Okay. Not a problem. Are we not passing something through correctly? Email password. Email password. Let's just see if that has worked actually. Let's go back here, check out our users. No, it did not work. So let's do some debugging now. Console log rec body, just to see what is being sent to our backend. And let's try again. So submit. Going to sign up. It's a post request. Let's make sure everything's a post. Let's see what is being sent now. Undefined. Console log, posting, email, password. Let's check that out. Submit. So that's being sent. Or I mean, that's being console logged anyway. Here. It could be actually. We also need to do app use express JSON. Sorry, my bad. So that we can read the JSON. One more time. Submit. Okay, and great. So there we go. The request body is now being console logged out here, which means we are getting the email, we are getting the password, and that is being sent to our backend. Great. Bcrypt is not defined. Okay. Const bcrypt equals require bcrypt. Thank God for console logs. Bcrypt. We also need await here. So await. We seem to have missed out a few awaits. We also need to await for this. Okay, so this time it's definitely going to work, I believe. Okay, great. So that's worked. Success is taken as this page, which means that if we now refresh this, ta-da! We have created a new user with a unique ID that's been generated and the password has been hashed. So that's our hash password. Great. So this is looking great. It's taken us to the onboarding page, which means that this was a success here. So where is it? If success, then navigate to the onboarding page. Wonderful. Let's carry on. So wonderful. Do we need to clean this up before we go? Let's just have a quick look. I will be cleaning this code, by the way, and sharing it with you, of course. It's a bit difficult to do it now, but by the end, I will be showing you the full code, so you can always check it out later. But this is looking okay to my simple eyes right now. Okay, so this is looking good. I'm going to get rid of this console log. Perhaps let's just put these few things a little bit more together. And wonderful. So we've signed up. Now I want to do something else. So that was the auth page. We'll cover how to sign back in maybe a little bit later. The reason why I have chosen to get the response is because I now also want to store some things as cookies. And that is going to be the email, the user ID, and the token that I returned here. Okay, so I'm going to use this return stuff and just set it as some cookies. So what I'm going to do is, so when we get the response, I'm going to use another package, and I'm going to insert this package on the front end this time. So let's get our terminal up. That was the server I just canceled. Great. Let's run that back again. And here's the front end. So in the client, I'm going to install a package called React Cookie, just like so. And rerun this. So npm run start front. So now I'm going to save some of this stuff to the cookies essentially so that we can use it. So what I'm going to do is set cookie, and I'm going to set the cookie. Actually, we need to actually import this so we can use it first. So import use cookie from React cookie, and it's got the very similar syntax to use state. So cookies, set cookies, use cookies, but it also has remove cookies. Remove cookie or remove cookies, set cookie. Cookies. Oh God, I don't even know what it is. Let's have a look at the documentation maybe. Set cookie, remove cookie. I think that's it. Use cookies. Got it. Okay. And this is just going to be user like so. I've just taken this from the documentation of the React cookie documentation. And now what I'm going to do is use set cookie to set the cookie email to be whatever the response data email is. And we know that the email that is being returned is going to be the sanitized email. So that's what I'm setting as one cookie. Another cookie I want to set is the user ID. The documentation says that I should make these capital, so that's what I'm going to do. User ID is going to be the response data user ID. And I'm also going to set the cookie of auth token to be response data token, not auth token, because that's how we did it here. So great. So now I'm going to show you what happens. Let's go back in here and let's just try. I'm going to go back to this page, just create a new user. So this time I'm going to go down at test.com. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, submit. Okay, so we've gone to this page. And now if we look here in application, cookies, you will see all token, user ID, and email. Ta-da! So we've saved some values, okay, as cookies. There we go. Ooh, pretty cool. So that is looking awesome. So now that we've saved that on cookies, we can actually use them, I guess, to know that we are authenticated. So that is pretty cool. Let's carry on. So great. Let's continue. So now let's go with the onboarding. Perhaps we don't even need the email and user ID. Well, we'll see. And if we don't, we can always get rid of them. Because I guess we don't really. Maybe we just need to show the auth token. Yeah, and then of course other people can take your hash password. I mean, it's very unlikely, right, that someone's going to come in and inspect your page while you're on the app and stuff. But I guess it could happen, right, if someone wants to quickly do it while you're away from your computer. So I guess be careful of that. Many apps do have this, by the way. It's not like unheard of. Great. So what am I doing now? So we're on the onboarding page now. So let's go ahead and get the onboarding page up. Or actually, maybe let's just do everything in the sign up login section first, because we can now. We've got a user and we're just doing it by ID. So we've just done the sign up. Let's also do login. So once again, let's do app. It's a post request because we'll be posting data to log in. Request, response. I'm going to put these in parentheses. And once again, so we're going to get const client equals new MongoClient pass through the URI. And I'm going to once again just pass through or get, sorry, the email and password from request body. And actually what this means is that on the auth modal, what I can do, and this is kind of cool, based on what we are doing, we can change this dynamically. So let's go ahead and maybe do that now. So for example, if it is sign up, these need to be changed to backticks for this to work. So is sign up, and if it is sign up, I want to return sign up. Otherwise, I want to return log in. Okay, so that looks good. And also just over here, if success and is sign up, navigates onboarding. However, if success, so if we're just logging in and is not sign up, then we're going to navigate somewhere else. We're going to navigate to just the dashboard, right? Because if you're signing back in, you just want to see your dashboard. Cool. So I think that looks right. So if we are logging in, we're going to go to this URL instead, but we're still passing through the email and body, sorry, this endpoint instead. And now what do we want to do when we're signing in? Well, I guess we want to find the user, right, based on the email. So I guess in this app, it's really important that all emails are unique, but I guess all emails have to be unique anyway, right? So what I'm going to do is use await, and I'm going to use the database. So let's actually define the database first. So once again, I'm going to do try, and I'm actually just going to copy all these three and then do await users findOne, and I'm going to find the email. So we're going to go into our database, into the collection of users, and search for a user by the email, and that's going to return the user. Okay, and once we have the user, we're going to then check the password that we entered. So if user exists, and I'm going to use await bcrypt compare the password that we just entered and the user's hashed password. So that is how you would compare two passwords to see if they are a match. You pass through the hashed password and the actual password through into bcrypt compare. Okay, so if that is also true, make sure that this is an async function, of course. We can actually maybe make const correct password, and then let's save this actually, just make it a little bit more readable, and I'm just going to pass through this instead. So if the user exists and the password is correct, then we want to once again create a token, right? So const token equal JWT sign user, and we'll pass through the email. So just like we did last time, and expires in 24 hours. You could, of course, make it a shorter time if you wish. And then we're going to do res status 400 send invalid and then we'll also, if both are correct, going to do res status 201 JSON, and we're going to send back the token, the user ID, which is going to be the user ID, and the email. Cool. Otherwise, res status 400 send invalid credentials. And then, of course, we need to catch the error. So catch error console log. error. Great. So there we go. Let's check it out, I guess. So we also need a way to clear these cookies. So at the moment, I'm actually just going to delete them manually, but we are going to need a way to remove these. So we're going to have to make a sign out button at some point. So now let's go back here and let's try log in. I'm going to try using this, and I know that the password is 123. So let's log in, email, password 123, submit. Okay, something didn't work. Let's check it out. There's our backend missing. Okay, cool. So correct password. Here we go. So test again, submit. And once again, there we go. Submit. Okay, great. And we have signed in. So this is looking good. The user exists. So it's taking us straight to the dashboard. This is looking wonderful. Of course, we have a long way to go still. We have to like populate all of this with the user data, but you know, we're nearly there. So let's actually go back to our onboarding. So I'm just going to actually get rid of, let's go back to application and let's get rid of the cookies again. So we need to get rid of the auth token, delete the user ID, delete, and the email, delete. And let's create a new one. So this time let's do ania2@test.com, password 123, password 123, submit. Okay, so we're here. And now the reason I stored the email and the username here is so that we can use it in carrying on to continue making our full object. Okay, so we're actually going to add to this object right here. So let's go ahead and do that. So on the onboarding, I'm going to, once again, I'm actually going to use cookies. And then I'm just going to get this line, put it up here. And I'm going to get the cookies, and I store the user ID as capital user ID, right? That's what I've stored it as. If you look in here, user ID, and set that to be like so. And then same for the email. So cookies, email. But actually, do you know what? We probably don't even need to do this because we're just going to be updating the existing object. So I'm actually going to get rid of this, you know, and I'm actually only going to return back. So I'm only going to show the token here. And the same for here. So that's all that's going to be returned, which means that on the auth modal, we just want to set the token because that's all we really care about. Okay, so that is looking good. And on the onboarding, we are just going to add data to the existing object. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to get rid of some stuff here first. And just do this again, just to make sure that everything is still working. Let's go back to the home page, create an account, ania3@test.com, 123, 123, submit. Great. Okay, so now let's continue with this. I'm just going to go on the onboarding page, and I actually only want to show this image if form data URL exists, right? Because I only want to show the preview image if that exists. Otherwise, you'll have that horrible missing image thing showing up there for us. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Well, we want to populate this and add it to our database. So let's go ahead and do that. That's going to happen on submit. So let's go to our backend and do this first. So we've done the sign up, we've done the login, we're getting all the users. I want to actually update a user. So I'm going to do app, let's maybe just make some spaces here so we have a lot of space. I'm going to now do app put, because we are updating a document, and I'm going to update the user. This is going to be an async function. I'm going to pass through the request and response. Once again, we need to get the client, and then we need to also get the form data. So form data equals request body form data, as we're going to pass it through on the body. Okay, and now we're going to do try await client connect, and then we are going to get the client database. Again, the database is going to be app data, and we're going to go for the users collection. So I'm just going to copy these actually, just like so. And now we're going to query for a user by the user ID. So const query is, and we're going to go through our database and find the user with the user ID from the form data that we have passed through. So we do actually need the user ID. Maybe we should put that back in. I shouldn't have really done that at all. Okay, so we're searching by the user ID. So this does mean that I'm going to actually go back here and put in the user. Sorry about that. I thought I was, being clever, but we actually very much need the user ID coming back to us. So on the login, I am going to return, in fact, the user ID, and that's going to be the user ID. And on the sign up, I'm also going to return the user ID, which is a generated user ID, which means that on the auth module, I'm also going to set cookie user ID to be the response data user ID. Great. So now on onboarding, user ID, cookies, and it's user ID, I believe, with a capital U. And now let's carry on. So we're looking for that user by the form data user ID, which we've just saved from the cookies. Let's do const update document, as this is the data that I want to add. And I'm going to do set first name is going to be the form data first name. The date of birth is going to be date of birth day. It's going to be form data date of birth day, making sure to really not make any spelling mistakes. Then we have date of birth month. And of course we have date of birth year, show, gender, interest, but also gender identity goes before that. Identity. T. And then we have the email, which we decided not to pass through because we already have that in there. Then we're going to have URL, which is form data, URL. Then we have about, which is form data about, and matches, which is form data matches. Okay. Identity. I don't know why it doesn't like that. Identity, that's why. Okay. So that's what we want to update our document with after we pass all of the form data through to our backend. And then we want to essentially await users, update one of the users in our database, and we do that by finding it. So we're passing through the query we defined and then the update document object we just defined. And let's say this is inserted user, await. I'm just going to send the inserted user. Great. And then again, finally, await client close. So let's see if this works. Here is the full thing. So this is on the onboarding page. So on the handle submit, we need to send over that data. So on submit, we also want this to prevent from reloading because it's a form. So let's go ahead and do that and pass eth through. And we're going to do try await Axios put, and we're going to use localhost 8000 / user, as that is the endpoint, and we're going to pass through the form data. And let's save this as something, so const response, and then const success equals response status code 200 if success. So you would have seen me do this before. Success. So if it's a success, we want to navigate to the dashboard. And let's also catch errors. So catch error, console log error. So we need to do a few things here. We need to make this an async function now. We also need to use navigate and import Axios. So import use navigate from React router DOM and import Axios from the package Axios. And then also we need to do let navigate equals use navigate and call it navigate. Cool. So let's check it out. Ania, date of birth, I'm just going to 01/01/2001. I wish. Woman. Show gender, interested in man. I like hiking. And then a profile photo. So I'm just going to go back to here and let's just choose another image. Let's go with her. This is me. I'm just going to paste that in here. Okay, so this is all looking good. Submit. So there's been an error because we haven't been taken to the next page. Let's debug. So this says it's submitted because we've just console all that here before it's done anything. So let's see why this is not working. Let's go over to our terminal. just going to console log the form data. It's actually passing. Submit. So that is passing. Seems to be fine now. Let's see if that has updated this object. It was Ania 2, wasn't it? No, it hasn't. Okay, that's fine. Is it because we don't add? It's because we don't have the user ID. Because remember, I deleted it. Ugh, I shouldn't have messed with it in the first place. So if we look in application, we don't have a user ID, right? We just saved the auth token. So, and we're searching by user ID, so that makes no sense. So once again, let's try create account. This time, let's do Ania 5. I don't know. At test.com, password 123, 123. Okay, so now we get the user ID. Great. So now Ania 01, 01, 2001, woman, man, I like hiking. Let's copy this, put it in here, make sure to get rid of these. Oops. And submit. Okay, there's still an error because we're not being taken to the next page, but let's have a look at what is going on. Still this, missing catch or final after try. Here's the try. This is the final. And there we go. So that has now been updated. For some reason, it wasn't working because we were missing this. So let's just double check that 100% works. If success, we should be going onto the dashboard though. So I don't know. Let's console log the response. Console log response. Just to see what is happening. Let's try again. So submit. Here's the response. Status 200. Status 200. There we go. So let's try again. Submit. Okay, great. Now it's being taken to this page. Everything's good. And this is updating. And amazing. So we have updated this object. So the email and hash password exist from before, and everything else has been added because we searched for it by its unique ID, this one right here, and updated this object. So great. This is looking good. Let's carry on. So get rid of this. And now let's work on the dashboard page. Well, the first thing I want to do is actually get more information about our user so that we can populate, you know, the matches, the chats, and the so on. At the moment, we just have, you know, like just some dummy data. So let's do it. So this time on the dashboard, instead of getting all these characters, we are going to get all of our users, but we're also going to filter them, okay? Because I've just selected that I'm interested in men, so I only really want users that identify as men showing up on this account. So let's do it. So first off, I'm just going to get an individual user. So maybe let's do it here. App get user, because it's going to be a get request to this endpoint. As you can see, we can reuse endpoints if it's a different method. So request response. So for example, user exists there and user exists here, but that's a put request. This is a get request. So app get, and what do I want to happen? Well, once again, I need to get the client, so const client equals new MongoClient URI. And the one thing that we're going to pass over is just the user ID, right? Because that's how we're going to find it. So request params user ID. Now we're going to do try await client connect. So make this an async function. Once again, we need to get the database equals client DB app data, and then the collection, so const users equals database collection users. And then we're going to search for my user and all of their data by the user ID, which we've just passed through as user ID from the params. So that's what we're going to do. And then let's just do res send user. And then once again, finally, await client. Close. Great, so we've got the query, and now I'm going to use await users. So we're getting the users collection once again, and we're going to find one user based on the query we have just written. So just here, and we're going to save this as user, and that's what we're going to send back. So great, so we're getting this, but the one thing we need to do is pass through the user ID as a parameter. So let's go ahead and do that here. So I'm just going to move all of this down for now. First off, we need to write a function get user. And this is going to actually be an async function. And we're going to essentially use Axios to get, and the we're going to go to localhost 8000 / user, and we're going to pass through the parameters, so params user. Okay, now we need to get the response of this. So let's save this once again as response. And once we have the response of this, we actually want to save this to the state. So set user response data. So this means we need to save this up here. So const user set user. And then we use state. Start off with being null, and then of course once we call this, then we should make a we could get request to get the user from our backend, which then makes a call to the database, and then the response we save as the user. So set user response data. What's happening here? This should be like so. Okay, try, which means we also need the catch. So try finishes here. And then we catch any error. Console log error. Cool. I'm also going to put this in a use effect, which means we have to import it. And I'm just going to say that anytime the user changes, we make this, we call this function, sorry. So yeah, use effect has been imported for us. So now let's console log user to see if we return, if whatever's coming back to us is correct. Axios not defined, that's fine. Import Axios from Axios. Also saying user ID is not defined. That is okay because we have to pass that through, and we're going to get it from the cookies. So once again, import use cookies from React cookie, which means we need to do this again. So const cookies, set cookie actually, and then remove cookie as well, and we use cookies, and then we're going to pass through that to start. Okay. So now we can define the user ID. We're just going to go into the cookies and get the user ID. Console log user, so we can make it really obvious. And let us try again. Let's just make sure that we have everything we need. So once again, go into application, check the cookies. The user ID exists. Great. Okay, so that is not coming back. Once again, let's check we are passing the user ID. User ID. So let's just refresh this. Check our terminal. Okay, that is not defined. That is not being passed through. Oh, this should be query. That is my fault. Not params. Okay, let's try again. Okay, great. So now we're getting our user data back. This is looking good. So I'm happy with this. Perhaps we don't need to do it every time. Perhaps we just do it once. Okay, great. So we're getting our user. Now we're going to get all of this to populate our app, including, you know, any matches, which obviously at the moment we don't have any. So let's do it. So on the dashboard, we are setting the user, and now let's use all of this in order to pass stuff through into the relevant places. So one of those places is going to be the chat container, because we're going to have to update this to say our name at least. So let's do it. So I'm actually just going to pass through the whole user, which means that here I'm going to use the user, and we're going to pass it through even further into the user header. So there we go. User. And now I'm going to use it in order to get the user first name, but also the user URL and alt. Let's do photo of user. So I think that should be out. We are also on the logout icon here. So actually on click, what do I want to happen? Well, I actually want to remove all the cookies. So let's maybe go ahead and do that quickly. So on click, I'm just going to call the function logout, and let's define it. Const logout. So this means that we once again need to import use cookies. And just this whole line right here. And on logout, I'm going to remove cookie, user ID, cookies, user ID, and also remove cookie, auth, token, cookies, auth, token. And then I'm going to reload the window, right? Because we're going to reload the window so that we can't see the dashboard anymore, because you can only see it when you are logged in. That's something that we're going to write to. Okay, so this is looking good. In fact, let's handle that now so we don't forget. So let's just check this works actually. Great, so we've got rid of all the cookies. Now I only want to show the certain pages, right, if we are logged in. So let's go back to here where we have all the routes. And once again, so this cookie thing is getting a lot of action. I'm going to import, use cookie from React Cookie, which has already been done for me. Thank you very much. And let's define the auth token const auth token equals cookie auth token. Now, if auth token exists, then I want to show the dashboard. And same for the onboarding. So only if you're logged in will you be able to see these things. Okay? So great. That's all I really wanted to do. That was quite simple. Let's carry on. So that's what happens when you log out. Obviously now we need to log back in. So let's go ahead and do that. Log in. Ania test 5, was it? Which is the one, yes, 5. So auth token, user ID are being added. However, something weird has happened. No routes matched dashboard. We also need to reload the page. So right here, we need to make sure that the auth token gets read by these next pages. So let's check that out now, because if I reload it, oops, chat header, okay. Let's try this all again. Application, delete, delete, login, Ania 5, submit. Okay, cannot read properties, chat header. So only once we have the user, then I want to return all of this essentially. So perhaps actually we wrap the whole thing. Instead, this is looking great. So we're getting our little profile and our names showing up. And if we click on here, it will remove all the cookies and we won't be able to see this page. Wonderful. So everything is now looking good. The next thing I want to do is get any matches and essentially map them onto little cards that we make. Okay, so we're going to have little cards of all the matches, and then we're also going to have the option to chat to them. But first off, let's actually get a match, right? So we want to essentially get a match. And the only users that I want to return back to me are filtered by my preference. So let's do that first. So I am happy with this. The next function that I'm going to write is const get gendered users. Again, there's going to be an async function. And I'm going to say that await Axios get HTTP localhost 8000 / I'm going to write gendered users. So that is something that we need to write that we have not written yet. And I'm going to pass through params and the gender. And the gender is going to be, if user exists, I need to get the gender interest. Okay, so I'm getting my own gender interest and I'm going to send it through so that the response, so const response, is going to be the gendered users. So once I have the response, I'm going to set gendered users response data, just like so. And once again, we're going to catch any errors. So catch error console log. error. And this means that we also need to const gendered users, set gendered users, use state, start off being null. And then I'm going to also add this in the use effect. So now let's write a query. We've actually already started writing this. So where we get all the users, right here, I'm going to change this to gendered users and keep it exactly the same. However, I'm going to filter now. So I'm going to filter in here to filter out by gender. So const gender, well, I've passed this through as request query gender. So that is now saved. And I'm going to now write a query, and I'm going to do so here. So const query gender, people that identify, so gender identity is going to be the gender. And I want to save the response as found users, and I'm going to do await users find, so find multiple by the query and then to array, which means we don't need this anymore. And we're just going to return back the found users. Okay. So we've just essentially adjusted this just to be gendered users. And if we go look in here, and now I'm going to console log out gendered users. Let's also be super strict and say it has to equal man. So I'm just going to put man for now, actually, and see what returns back to us. Okay, so we are getting Danny because his gender identity is man. He's actually the only man in here, so that is working good. Let's go ahead and replace this with gender. Let's console log gender. Gender is being undefined. Why is that? User gender interest. Okay, so perhaps user changes and gendered users change. Okay, so now that is looking good. Our gendered users consist of one user, and it is Danny. So great, this is working. Let's carry on. So cool. Once we get our gendered users, as I said, there is just one at the moment. So perhaps this won't be as exciting, but I'm going to map it for you anyway. So let's get rid of these characters. We don't need them anymore. We're going to be using our gendered users. So at the moment, obviously, we only have one person who identifies as a man. So what I'm actually going to do is just quickly add another man, I guess. So I've already pre-done this, and I have just inserted Xavier. If I go here and refresh the app, obviously, let's maybe just going to comment all of this out for now. And once again, I'm just going to put this back. So console log user or gendered users, just so we can see what is returning back to us. Okay, so there we go. If we look in here, we have Danny and we also have Xavier. So great. So now here's all my men. What I'm going to do is it should also go up here really. So for now, instead of having the characters, I'm going to get the gendered users. Ta-da! And now we will see them showing up. So great, that's all I've done. I've replaced this, and obviously if they exist, I'm going to map out the image, the URL, and so on to this. The character, this should say first name. And perhaps let's maybe change this from being character to user, or gendered user, to be exact. This should say first name as well. And this should say first name. And this should say first name. Okay, so we get a little name here. And now let's actually match with Danny. So let's write the logic for that. So when we swipe and the direction, so I guess here, if we swipe right, if direction equals right, then we want to update our users' matches to include Danny. So update matches, and we're just going to pass through the swiped user ID, which means that into swiped, instead of name to delete, so where's swiped? Swipes. Gendered users' first names being passed through. We actually want to pass through the gendered users' user ID, because that's really what we care about. So this is now the swiped user. And I'm just going to pass it through like that. Okay, so now let's swipe user ID if we're being exact. So now if we're going to write the function for update matches, let's just go ahead and do that up here. So const update matches equals is going to be an async function. And we're going to pass through the matched user ID into update matches, update. And in here, I'm going to do try, await, Axios, put, because I'm going to essentially add a match. So localhost 8000, add match. So we're going to have to write the backend for this. Add a match, and we're just going to pass through the user ID. So our user ID and the matched user ID. Okay, that's what we're going to send through. And then we're going to catch any errors. Console log error. And once we update the match, we then want to get the user data again. So get it again so we can re-render the whole app again. But add match. So let's go ahead and write that in the backend. So I'm going to do so down here. So app, this is a put request, and the endpoint is going to be add match. And then we need request response. Once again, you'll be really used to this by now. Client, new MongoDB client. And then we are going to go into the request body and get the our user ID, right? But also the matched user ID. So we could do it this way, or we could do user ID matched user ID request body, just like that. And now we're going to do try, await, client, connect. We're going to get, once again, I'm just actually going to get it from here this time. Make sure this is an async function. And now we're going to query by our user ID. user ID. And we're going to update the matches array. So const update document. And we're just going to push into the existing array. The array is called matches, of course. We're going to push in this object. So user ID and the matched user ID. Okay, so that is pretty much it. And then await users updateOne. And we're going to update it by the query and update document. Okay, so we're looking for us in the database. We're looking for the user who is signed in. And once we found that, we're going to update the matches array by pushing in the matched user ID. So hopefully that makes sense. And then let's save this as user just to send back what the user will look like. And great. And then we have finally await client. Close. So this should be a $sign, sorry. So that is looking good. Let's see if it has worked. So on the dashboard, okay, we're going to send over the user ID and the matched user ID. And then we're going to update our user. And we're going to get the user again so we can see that in the dashboard. Of course, we're not mapping anything onto here yet. So we're just going to have to see it in the console log. So inspect, console, refresh. Okay, I'm just going to swipe. I swiped right. Xavier's left the screen. So Xavier should now be added to the user. So I'm going to console log the user. If we look in here, matches should now contain, there we go, Xavier's user ID. Yes, okay, so now we are adding people that we matched with. Cool, Ania's got a match, it is Xavier. We don't know it's Xavier because we've just saved his user ID, but we really know it's Xavier. Great, okay, so now that we have matched with someone, let's show it in the matches display. So what am I going to do? Well, first off, because I've already matched with Xavier, I don't want him showing up here. So I guess we want to filter the users. So filtered gendered users. I'm going to get the gendered users. And if they exist, we're going to filter out. So each gendered user in that gendered users array, if it does not, so we need some matched IDs. So let's define some matched user IDs. And we just want to make this an array because at the moment it's an array of objects. So to do this, I'm simply going to go into the user object. And if it exists, I'm going to get the matched array, which contains objects at the moment. And I'm just going to turn it into essentially not objects, just an array of user IDs. So this piece of code will do that. User ID. And I'm also going to actually add my own user ID because I don't want my own user ID, my own user showing up. So I've just added it using the concat JavaScript method. So it's now in the matched user ID. So I'm sort of a matched user, but I mean, you could rename this if you want, like, I don't know, matched users IDs plus me, but okay, maybe do you want to do it? Matched user ID. What's a better word for this? Oh, whatever. I'm just going to leave it as this. Okay, so if the gendered users do not exist, so it's not included in the matched user IDs, then it's fine. Then we can return it. So gendered user ID, if that is not included in the matched user IDs, then that's fine. So let's get the filtered gender users and just replace that here. And now everything should be filtered out. Great. So great, this is looking good. The next thing I want to move on to is actually showing our matches in here. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm leaving this part now. Let's go into the chat header. And this actually, so let's go actually in the chat container. We've got the two buttons. We need to pass through the matches into the matches display. So all I'm going to do is pass through matches, and I'm just going to pass through the user matches. Okay, so the user who signed in, I'm passing through the array of matches. That's all I've done here. So this now means that on the matches display, so let's go into the component, I'm going to pass through the matches. Okay, so there we go. And what do I want to do here? Well, I'm just going to map this out onto little cards essentially. But at the moment, we are just getting the IDs right. This isn't exactly what we want. We now need to go back into our database and bring back the whole user object of anyone that we match with based on its ID. So again, to the back end. Let's write the front end bit first though, however, as we are here. So const get matches equals async function. And we're going to do try await axios get, and let's again write, we're going to have to define where we're going to get this from. So actually, I think we could just go with users because we've got gendered users, but we don't have users. So we're going to get some users, multiple users, and these users, well, we're going to pass through essentially the array of user IDs, right? So like we did before, we're passing through all the matches, and I'm just going to get the matched user IDs again. So we've literally just used this piece of code. I'm using it again here. We're going to get the matches. We're going to map each user ID that has been deconstructed. And we're just going to return the user ID. So that'll return back literally an array instead of an array of objects of all our matched user IDs. And now, as the user IDs, I'm going to pass through. We're going to have to use JSON stringify as we are going to be passing through an array. JSON stringify matched user IDs. So we are now sending to localhost 8000/users an array of matched user IDs under user IDs. Okay, so let's also import Axios here. Making sure to spell that correctly. And whatever we get back, we're going to set matched, such map profiles actually, because we're going to be returning back the whole profile. So we're going to save this as const response. And of course, I'll show you what this looks like. Console log matched profiles. And let's use state import use state from React const matched profiles set matched profiles response equals use state null. Okay, and then we're going to of course catch any errors. So catch error console log error. Okay, and I'm also going to put this in a use effect get matches, and let's just leave this empty for now. Okay, so we're going to be passing through an array of matched users to users. Now let's go to the backend and define this. So app get users, request, response. Once again, we need to get the client. And then we, of course, need the user ID. So const user IDs. We're going to use JSON parse this time. And then we're going to go into the query request query and get the user IDs. I'm just going to console log this out for you now so you can see it. Console log user IDs. And then, of course, we're going to use try. And we are going to just get all these three. And for now, actually, let's just console log what this looks like. Okay, it's because of this. Okay, we might have to actually just continue writing this a little bit. Finally, await client, close. Okay. So if we now look in the terminal, you should see us passing through the user IDs. Okay, so here we go. It's an array of Xavier's user ID, essentially, because that's always passed through. That is what's being console logged here. It's an array with, at the moment, one ID. Great. So now we're going to go into our database and find many documents based on these hopefully in the future, lots of matches, so lots of user IDs. So we're going to use an array to look in our database for multiple documents with the user by their user IDs. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's do it. To do this, I'm going to have to define a pipeline. And I'm going to have to match user ID in user IDs. So that is our pipeline. It is defined, and we're going to use it now in order to go into our users. I'm going to aggregate based on the pipeline. I'm going to turn this to an array. And let's save the response of this. So const found users multiple await. And then we're just going to console log out the found users so we can see. And we're also going to res send found users so that we can get this back in our front end. Okay, so wonderful. So this should now be in the chat container, the matches display. This should now, the response should be that an array full of essentially users. So Xavier should be in this. Let's check it out, match profile. So let's go, that's already been console logged. So match display, let's refresh this. Okay, so here it is. Here's my array, and in it, the whole of Xavier comes back. Not just a user ID, but Xavier as a whole, as an entity. He loves hiking. His gender interest is women. We are getting our matches. So now I'm going to use that data and display it. I'm going to map it onto little cards. So if match profiles exist, I want to map each match. I'm also actually going to get the index, as we're going to have to add that as a key. And I'm going to make a div, give this the key of index, and let's also give this a class name of match card. Yeah, let's just do that at the moment. And for each of these match cards, I'm also going to have a div, which is going to have a class name image container. And so inside I'm going to obviously have an image. The source of this is going to be the match exists.url. And as alt text, we're going to put match first name profile. And then we are also outside of this just going to have an h3 tag with the match if it exists first name. Okay, so there is Xavier. This is looking good. Now, if we click on Xavier, I also want to be able to see all the chats and be able to chat with him. So let's actually add an on click to Xavier. So where is the div? It's on here, on click. I'm actually going to do set clicked user. I'm going to pass through the whole match itself. So the whole of Xavier is going to go through. And set clicked user, well, I'm actually going to pass that through from the chat container. Okay, so I actually want to set this up here because I also want this to affect which buttons are showing and which aren't. So clicked user, set clicked user, use state null to start with, import use state from React. So this means that I need to now pass this through into matches display. So just like that in order to use it, and set clicked user. So make sure to pass that through here as well, just like so. So set click user, I'm just going to essentially save that to the state here. So this means that if a clicked user exists, so I'm going to use this to keep this disabled, the chat disabled, if we haven't clicked anything. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say disabled if no clicked user exists. And if we click on matches, however, so on click here, I'm just going to set clicked user as null. Okay. One thing we also want to not show. So if there is a clicked user, so we've clicked on user to chat to them, okay, then I don't want to show this. So if there's no clicked user, then we show the matches display. However, if there is a clicked user, then we want to show the chat display. And in this on click, we actually need to make this a callback, because at the moment it's just literally setting the clicked user as the match. So we need to make that a callback too. Okay, so now let's move over to the chat display. The chat display, well, all I'm going to do is actually pass through the user that's currently logged in and the clicked user, because as I said, we are going to now need to retrieve all the messages associated with both of these users by going into the messages collection. So we're done with the users now, or for now anyway. We need to go into here and grab any message associated with our user, or, you know, the or the clicked user, and just put them out. At the moment, this is our dummy data, but we're essentially going to use from user ID and to user ID. So let's go ahead and do that. So first off, let's actually find some existing users. So what is my user ID? I am Ania 5. So here I am. This is my user ID. So I'm going to go into messages, And I'm just going to change it so that test ID here is just going to be me. Update, which means I also need to change it here. So, oops, there. Okay, and let's say, so every time I'm going to have to make sure to click on, let's say, Xavier. So this is Xavier's ID. And these are the messages associated with him. So for this one, I sent him a message to user ID, update, and then he sent me a message saying hi. So from user ID. Okay, update. So let's go ahead and retrieve these messages first. What's wrong with this one? Okay, that is fine. So once again, I'm going to do try. Actually, let's define this const get users messages. So I'm going to get any messages associated with my user ID first. Const response equals await Axios get. And I'm going to go HTTP localhost 8000 / messages. Okay, so that's something we're going to write. And I'm just going to pass through as the parameters my user ID as the user ID and the corresponding user ID as the clicked user ID. So great. At the moment, into the chat display, we're passing through the user and the clicked user. So perhaps let's go ahead and do that. So on the chat container, chat display, I'm going to pass through user, me. So just user because that's being passed through, and the clicked user, clicked user. So now let's get the IDs of both of these. So const user ID equals, if user exists, I want to get its user ID or my user ID to be exact, and then const clicked user ID, clicked user ID. Great. So those are the user IDs now. And once that returns, so essentially I'm going to look for anything to and from me and whoever I clicked on. We also need to import Axios. So let's go ahead and do that. Import Axios from Axios. And we're going to set users messages response data. And we're also going to catch any errors. So catch error console log error. Oops, this should be in a try. Okay. Try. And then catch. And then I'm just going to grab all this and put it in here. Okay, so set user messages. I'm going to add that to state. So let's do that here. Const user messages, set user messages, use state null to start with. Okay, so cool. I'm also going to put this in a use effect. And I'm just going to call get user messages, okay? Just like that for now. So we also need use effect from React, import use state and actually use effect from React. And anytime that the user message is changed, users messages, we should essentially call this again, users messages. Okay, so now let's go to the backend. And it is, I'm going to shut some of these down for now. So we're going to / messages this time. I'm going to put all the user stuff together. And let's go down here. And now start working with some messages. So this is going to be app get. I'm going to get messages. And what am I going to do? Well, just like before, we're going to get const client. However, this time, after making the database, so const client database app data, the collection I need is different. So database collection messages is the collection that I'm going to use. Let's save this as messages. And let's write a query. So we are going to have to find, so we're going to go by from user ID. So we're going into our message collection. We're going to look for anything that has the from user ID, which is my user ID, and the to user ID as the matched user ID. Or actually it was corresponding user ID, wasn't it? Corresponding user ID. So that's what we are going to search for. So await messages, find, and we're going to look by our query. And we're going to make an array out of everything that returns back that matches that query. So let's save this as found messages, just like so, and res send found messages. Cool. So this is looking good. I'm actually also going to grab all this and put it in a try. And then finally await client close. Okay, so this means this needs to be an async function. We're going to pass through the request and the response. And what we are going to send through is, of course, the user ID and the corresponding ID. So we're going to do that with the rec query. So both of them are going to be sent over with that. So user ID and corresponding user ID with the rec query. Okay. I'm just going to format this a little bit. And wonderful. One thing we need to do is also, of course, await the client and connect to it. So let's go to our chat display, and all I'm going to do is console log user messages, just like so. User messages not defined, users messages. And there you go. There you will see our messages. So any messages that I sent to Xavier will be shown. Okay. And now we also need to get all of the messages that Xavier sent me. So let's go ahead and do that. We're actually just going to use the same. We're going to send two IDs over, but we're going to switch them around. Okay. So all I'm going to do is just copy this essentially. Or we can, you know, just use the same. Okay, let's use the same function. So I'm going to call this get messages. And for this one, as the first parameter, I'm going to pass through user ID. And here I'm going to pass through clicked user ID. So let's just have from ID actually. And to ID. Or recipient ID, recipient, and then sender ID, right? Which means that this is always going to be the sender ID, and this is always going to be the recipient ID. So now I can use this get messages and pass through user ID as the first parameter and clicked user ID as the second parameter. And if I want to get the other messages, so this time from the clicked user, so from Xavier to me, I can just flip that around. Wonderful. So that's really neat. And now we will get both those messages. Let's say this is something so const user messages. Oh yeah, we should probably set, okay. So we can just return response data actually. And so the response of this, I'm going to do set users messages. And we're also going to have set clicked users messages, which means we also need to save that to state. Clicked users messages and set clicked users messages. Cool. So we should be getting 2 sets of messages back. And what I'm going to do actually, so if this changes as well, clicked users messages. So this is temporary. I won't be keeping this here for now. Okay, so we will probably be getting rid of these dependencies from this array. And now I'm actually going to format the messages. So I'm just going to make an empty array because this is temporary. I'm not going to add this to state. I'm going to get the users messages. And if they exist for each message, I guess, I'm going to do const formatted message. It's just going to be an empty object for now. I'm going to go into the object and create a property called name, which I'm going to assign the user if exists first name. So I'm just formatting what comes back to me in a way that is more usable for me. And then I'm also going to make a property called image, which is going to have the user URL. And I'm also going to have the formatted message, actual message, which this time is going to be the message. And format message, I'm also going to make something that says timestamp. And I'm just going to get the message timestamp. Okay, so now if I compare this, oh yeah, we also need to push it into the messages array. Messages push the new formatted message. So now if I compare both of these, console log users messages to the formatted messages, or sorry, just messages, this one, you will see that I've actually taken data from our user and the message. So it's much more readable, as in who sent the message, and we also get the picture. So I've taken 2 things and combined them together to make a new object. Set clicked user messages not defined. So Xavier, I'm going to click on Xavier. User messages for each is not a function. Console log users messages. Promise. Okay, do you know what? I'm not going to try be clever here. let's just call get messages. And I'm just going to keep this as user ID. And this is clicked user ID. And this will be get users messages. And I am just going to set users messages as the response data. And now I'm going to get the same thing and get the clicked users messages and set clicked users messages and swap these around. So this will now be the clicked user ID and the user ID, which means I'm now just going to call both these functions in here. So get users messages and get clicked users messages. Okay. So if I click on Xavier, you will see these are the users messages. Let's maybe stop this from running so many times for now. So that's my users messages. Those are all the messages that I sent to Xavier. However, it would be nice to have my avatar and my name next to them. So then that's what I did in the formatted messages. You will see it's the same message. However, I've added my name, I've added timestamp, and I've also added my avatar. So that's what I did here. I've got each of the messages and I made a new object, and then I've literally added my first name and my avatar to it. And I've also re-added the message and the timestamp and then pushed it into this array. So now, once again, I'm going to do the same for the clicked user messages and also push them into this message array. So clicked user messages and just keep that the same. Okay, so by now we should have all the messages from me and from Xavier in the messages array. And now I'm just going to actually sort them to be in descending order. So descending order messages equal messages sort so the first item's timestamp minus the second item's timestamp. Okay. In fact, we need to actually do it like this. Dot local compare and then be timestamp. Okay, so those are our descending order messages. And now I'm going to use those to put them into the chat. So I'm just going to literally whack them into the chat like so. This should say locale compare. This should be not my user, but the clicked user. So let's go ahead and change these. Clicked user. So now let's go into our chat, and I'm going to destructure this. And I'm going to get my descending messages. And I'm going to map each message along with this index, because we need to add a key, to a div. I'm closing div. Let's give this wrapping div the key. So index. I'm going to create another div and give this the class name of chat message header, and in it I'm going to just put actually another div. Just going to have the class name image container, and it's going to hold, you guessed it, an image of the whoever we are whoever's speaking, so either me or Xavier. So source is going to be message image, because that's what we saved as in our new formatted object. Let's also just format this code a little bit. The alt is going to say message first name profile, and then I'm just going to have a p tag that has the message name and a p tag that has the actual message, so the message. Cool, so now if we click on Xavier, this is shaping up really well. The last thing we need to do now is just be able to add new messages so that we can chat and we will see those messages and the messages will update and everything will work wonderfully. So let's do it. Okay, so before we move on, I'm just going to add a tiny bit of styling. So this is going to be on the chat. So let's just go ahead and grab the chat message display and chat message header. And grab the matches display. And also give it the same kind of padding. So that is looking much better. And once again, let's click on Xavier. Great. Now, to add messages, well, I'm just going to go ahead and go on the chat input this time. And what do we need to pass through into the chat input? Well, we're going to pass through the user. We're going to pass through the clicked user. We're also going to get all the user messages to the function to do that. And we're also going to get clicked users messages. Okay, and we're doing this so that when we add a new message, we can then refetch all the older ones too. So we are already storing the state of the text area to the chat input. What I also need to get is the user ID. So I'm just going to check if the user exists. And if it does, I'm going to get the user ID. And I'm going to do the same for the clicked user ID. I'm going to check if clicked user exists. I'm going to get the user ID. Cool. And now I'm going to write a function called add message. This is once again going to be an async function because we are going to create essentially a new message that we're going to add to our message collections. So let's define our message. Well, our message is going to be made up of a timestamp. What else was there? The from user ID. So we're literally just copying what it looks like here. We also need a to user ID and the actual message itself. So just double checking user ID. Great. So the timestamp, well, that's just going to be literally now. So I'm going to use the date object, JavaScript date object, and I'm going to change it to ISO string. Okay. New date object, not data object. So that will essentially be getting today and saving it as the timestamp. The from user ID, well, it's always going to be me, really, isn't it? User ID. And the to user ID is going to be the clicked user ID. And the message itself is just going to be the text area. Cool. I mean, that's really it. So let's go ahead and try send that. Clicked User ID. Why is it not liking this? Const click user ID. Click user ID. Try, and we're going to do await Axios post because it's going to be a post request, and we're going to 8000 / message, and then the message itself. Cool. So we also need to import Axios from Axios. And then once that is done, I am, of course, going to use get clicked user messages and get them all again. I'm going to get the user messages again as well. So, and I'm also going to set text area as an empty string once we're done. I'm going to catch any errors. So catch error, console log error. Cool. So when do we want to call add message? Well, I guess when we submit it, right? So on click, I'm just going to add a message. Oops, this should say 8,000. So now let's actually write the backend for this. So once again, just going to make some space. App post this time. I'm going to post to message request response, and I'm just going to literally take this line up here, and then we are going to try like so. So what are we passing through with this? Well, we are passing through a message, so const message from the rec body message. Make sure to make this an async function. And let's actually get our messages collection and insert one message, okay, as we just passed through. And this has to be await. And let's save this as messages. Or message, really, sorry, message. Or maybe let's be more precise, inserted message. I'm going to rest send the inserted message. And then we're going to do finally await client close. So now let's go back to our chat input and make sure these things are all being passed through into the chat input. So here's our chat display, here's our chat input. So I'm going to pass through the user. We're also going to pass through the clicked user. We're also going to pass through the function to get user messages. And we're also going to pass through the function to get clicked user messages. Now I'm just going to get rid of a bunch of console logs. So let's go to the chat display. Let's make sure this is spelled correctly. So filtered, because that was a spelling mistake. Not that it affected it, because obviously it's the same thing. Get rid of this console log here. Get rid of this console log here. And get rid of this one here. We've got too many console logs going on. It's making it a little bit hard to see. Get rid of that here. Get rid of that here. So now let's chat to Danny. Hi. And that is working. How are you? And just click submit. And there we go. We are posting messages. So that is cool. Obviously, if Danny was there, he would respond to us. But I'm really liking how this is looking. Everything is looking great. I'm just going to do some maybe final touches. I'm going to just maybe go ahead and, you know, add some more people to this, just so I can show you what the final product's going to look like. And of course, we need to get rid of some of these errors. So we need to just add, anytime there is encounter 2 children with the same key. Okay, and where is this? That is at, okay, that is fine. Let's just go ahead and fix this. So anytime really that we use map, which is quite a lot, so let's make the key to this the user ID. In fact, I'm just going to search my project for the word map. The chat display. And the chat input. And the home. Let's format this a little bit. So code, format code. Let's get rid of any unnecessary console logs. Onboarding. Once again, I'm just going to format this code a little bit more. Maybe for this, we can also use the key as being the match user ID. Okay, so we've just got rid of loads of errors, so that is good. If we click here, warning value, so it should not be null. Okay, let's fix that one. Text area, let's start off with this being just an empty string. So once again, that should now be fixed. Click on Danny, no errors. This is looking wonderful. And if I click here, we are logging out. So this doesn't exist. We could put an error message there if we wish. And I'm going to, what should we do? Let's create a new account. So I'm going to create a new account. This time, let's be a man. So let's go ahead and do ravi@test.com. Password 123, 123, submit. Never. Ravi 01 02 1991, man, show gender, looking at women. I like to coach. And then also let's just pick an image that I have sort of like made for you guys. Of course, you don't have to use these. You can use whatever one you wish. We've chosen this guy. Let's get this one, get shareable links, copy this. And I'm just going to paste it like so. Okay, so submit, that's Ravi. There we go, there's Ravi. And oh, Ania, should we match with Ania? I think we should. So swipe, and then Ania should show up here. So Ania has left the screen because she's going to show up right here. And there I am. So this is running quite a few times. Once again, I'm just going to clear some stuff up. And of course, we also can't have auth hard-coded here. We're going to have to use the cookies. So let's just go ahead and do that. And on the button handle click, I also want this as we already accounted for us being signed in. So if we are signed in, so if there is an auth token and we click the button on the home page, we are then logged out. And then we reload the page. This, of course, means we need to pass the auth token back through to the nav bar. So I'm just doing that now. And then we can just delete it here. The dashboard, maybe. I'm not going to get these. I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete these right here. Let's also get rid of this console log. So we seem to be having some issues with things not timing very well, as in we're trying to get the genders users before having the user. So let's fix that. I'm just going to go ahead and do this and make sure that we only get all the matches once the user exists and the user's matches exist. And if they change, we will run this again. So now we shouldn't have any issues. So we are not getting any error messages now. This is looking wonderful. So now that all this works, I'm just going to write a super simple function to filter out the users only if they have matched with us too, right? Because we only can message on Tinder if both people match. So I'm going to write a function that will go into my matched profiles. And then I'm going to go into each matched profile's matches and filter out, so it only returns the ones that have my user ID, okay, in their matches. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to leave this as a string for now and just format this. Now let's go ahead and get our user ID from the cookies. So once again, we're going to use cookies from React cookie, and then we're just going to use cookies like so and get my user ID from the cookies. Okay, so super simple. Now let's use these filtered matched profiles and just map them onto the cards and done. So now let's go and create our .env file. I'm just going to create a .env file because we are going to want to store our secrets in here. So the secrets that we want to store are essentially just this URI right here. So I'm just going to grab it and let's save this as URI. So I'm just going to get rid of these. And then we're going to have to use the package in here. So require .env config, just like so. And that means that we can now use process env URI in order to get that URI from our .env file. So great, there we have it. We have now finished our app. Everything is working as it should. And let's go ahead and chat to Ania. Hi, Ania. Submit. There we go. And let's go back to matches. I'm surprised that Ania is the only person showing up for Ravi, however. Let's have a look at the users. It does seem that Ania is the only woman that we can match with. Okay, so obviously we have Ania, we have Ravi, we have Xavier, we have Danny. So you can get more people signing up to your app. This is what it should look like. Okay, that is it. I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. This was a long one, but hopefully you got to the end and you really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed teaching you how to make this clone. Go forth, improve on it, you know, like add more data, share it with your friends. It is up to you. Thanks so much again, and I will see you soon.